Ay, I'ma elevate like that. Then I'm gonna bring it right back. Go ahead, follow all of my tracks. I take it up to another place. I mean, how you like that? We gon' take off in the flash. You won't ever wanna go back. I promise you can count on that. Hold out. Let me check my math. Yeah, I got it. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it hot. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top. Keep it going to the top. Oh, look, we at the top. Take it high, ready, go. Take it high, ready, go. If you ready, let me know. If you ready, let it go. Take it high, let it go. Let it go, let it go. Take it high, let it go. Take it high, let it go. Yeah, I'll take you over to the other side. This gon' be the timing of our life. Waiting for the stars are all aligned. Supernova, baby, what a ride. All aboard, I'm sure to be the guy. Got a couple seats set aside. I'll tell you where we pulling up tonight. The park it in the sky, hold tight. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it hot. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top. Keep it going to the top. Oh, look, we at the top. Take it high, ready, go. Take it high, ready, go. If you ready, let me know. If you ready, let it go. Take it high, let it go. Let it go. Take it high, let it go. Take it high, let it go. Take it high, ready, go. Take it high, ready, go. If you ready, let me know. If you ready, let it go. Take it high, let it go.
Oh, Now it's my party, yeah.
Here we go, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of Founders Sourcing and Manufacturing E-Commerce Summit. Let's see some energy in the chat box. We are here for our final day of this event. And if you are jumping on for the first time, Founder helps you to start and scale your e-commerce brand by giving you the right support and accountability. And this means that you can go full-time and replace your income faster. So I want to see some yeses in the chat box. If you are ready for day 3, give us a big yes in the chat. If you are ready for us to get started with day 3, we'll share some stories with you here. I'll pull up my slides. We have helped thousands of Founder Plus members to join our community, grow their brands. Look at all these fantastic sales results from members of our community. We've got Trude, Lily, Alex here, Reese, Carla, Liz, Rachel here, almost $19,000 in sales in 1 month, messaging us as well. Connie, $27,000 in the first 3 months with her gender-inclusive swimwear brand. We have so many incredible stories of e-commerce brands that have grown through the founder community. These people have found the right product, they've validated it, they've sourced it, they've got the right advice, and that is what it's all about. So Anna says yes, Cara says yes, Tremaine wants to make it happen, Elaine, Jem, Ayan, Carolina, Sinead, Leslie, Alex, you guys are all here ready to make it happen. And that is what we are here to do. We are here to give you a sense of accountability, support, to source and manufacture your product so that you can take action. So give yourselves a big pat on the back for being here for day 3 for our e-commerce summit. I'm going to give you a summary of what we have to cover today. All right, let's have a look at what is on the agenda for today. Look at all these incredible stories. Okay, here we go. So we are going to kick off today's session with Kian Golzari. Everything you've ever wanted to ask an international factory boss. That's it. We're going to pull the curtain behind what happens from a factory boss's perspective. This interview is incredibly valuable. So get ready to hear again from Kian Golzari. Then we are going to hear from Adam Ellis, the Facebook ad strategy that pre-sold $500,000 of product before launch and how you can replicate it as well. Right? Today is all around how to scale your manufacturing and supply chain. Really important, everyone. And we are also going to hear from Nathan Chan, the $1 Million Mindset, how the best entrepreneurs think, execute, and win. And then afterwards, we are handing over to Daniel Dallin. Let us know in the chat box if you're familiar with Daniel Dallin and his content, how to leverage China's strategies to elevate your fulfillment operations. Okay, we are getting deep into the scaling of your manufacturing and supply chain. Then we will hear a word from our sponsor, OmniSend. Founder has partnered with OmniSend. They are sponsoring this event, helping us make it happen. Email marketing essentials. So Greg from OmniSend is going to be sharing email marketing tactics that you can utilize to grow your brand and take it to the next level. All right. Then we're going to be hearing from Tess Nguyen, fashion sourcing and manufacturing to optimize and scale. Tess Nguyen is one of Founder's coaches. She is incredibly knowledgeable in this space. So she will be joining us. I'm really, really keen to bring Tess to the stage with you. And then we're going to be handing back over to Kian Golzari, how to navigate Trump tariffs and learn how to diversify your sourcing beyond China. All right, so that is what we have in store for you today. You know that over the past 2 days, Nathan and Kian have shown you their networks, they've shown you their knowledge. They are extremely experienced in this space. And without further ado, I'm going to get straight into it. Let's hand over to our key headline speakers for this event. Let's get straight into scaling our manufacturing and supply chain. I'm going to hand over to Nathan Chan and Kian Golzari.
I'ma bring it back, like turn up the track, like let the bass drop. I'm living this life right, forget about the past life. Let me get jiggy, dog. We so litty, dog. We so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome,
What's happening?
guys. How's everyone doing? What's happening, Kian?
I'm all good, bro. All good, bro. It's another late night, but looking forward to another big day.
Yeah, me too. What time is it for you?
Midnight. Well, 10 past midnight. Yeah.
There you have it, guys. 10 past midnight. I've still got the croaky voice. It's getting a little better. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, we're here for day 3. Welcome, Kian. Thank you, Leah, for the kind introduction as always. Guys, give a shout out to Leah. She's such an amazing MC. She gets up every morning. Me, her, Penny, Scott, all of us. Shout out to the team. We're here at it's 7:11 a.m. and 12 a.m. for Kian. We really just want to help you on your sourcing journey. So what I wanted to talk to Kian today about is Chinese New Year. Now, type in the chat, are you aware around Chinese New Year, why that is significant for you and your sourcing journey? Bit of a pop quiz. Does anybody know why? That's super important. Kian, I'd love to hear from you. Why is Chinese New Year one of the biggest supply chain risks for founders?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It doesn't really matter if you're beginner, intermediate, or an advanced brand. Majority of us are buying our goods from China or receiving our raw materials from China. And every year, Chinese New Year follows the lunar calendar, so the date is different. It's not like us, January 1st. Every year we know our New Year holiday. So in 2026, Chinese New Year is going to be a little bit late. It's going to be February 17th. And why that's important is that normally your office workers take about a week off, but your factory workers can take 3 weeks to a month off of work. And that's because like factory workers aren't always from the area, the city where your goods are manufactured. And actually at the time of Chinese New Year, it's the biggest people migration in the world. So there's over 120 million people that in that 1 week travel. And so there's no guarantee that the factory workers which were there last year will return the next year. So there's always a bit of a funny period around Chinese New Year that people are in a rush. They're going to get a month holiday after working hard for 11 months. So they're in a bit of a rush to get home. So therefore, if your goods are on the production line, they might rush your goods. And that's where you can have like workmanship issues, because as soon as those order gets finished, they get to go home on holiday, right? So that's why I try to avoid manufacturing at Chinese New Year if I can. But if you have to, then it's very important to get your pre-shipment inspections done. And then after Chinese New Year as well, you want to be asking your factories like, hey, what percentage of your workers returned after Chinese New Year? They might say 40%, 80%. And then you might want to give it a bit of time before you place your next order to avoid any potential quality issues. But the same way, because it's like a peak time to get goods out, shipping prices also increase a little bit as well. So workmanship can be a little bit less, costs can be a little bit higher. So it's always important to know your dates from the factory. We know Chinese New Year is 17th, but when do your workers go off? And they might say, from the 10th of February. So if I've need to get an order out, I need to place it right now. Or I'm going to wait and I have to do it in March. So this gives you a good idea to plan for your Q1, Q2 production in 2026. And do you have enough stock right now to last you into the next month as well?
Yeah. So guys, this is really important. It's something to be aware of. I'm also curious. So my background is Chinese. My dad was born here in Australia, but his parents are from Canton and also Hong Kong. So my background is Chinese. So when I was younger, my grandparents unfortunately aren't around anymore. But when I was younger, we used to get these little red packets. Has anyone seen those little red packets? I should have brought one in if I could find one. But these little red packets when I was a kid, they were the best things ever because I'd get them from my grandma or grandpa and they would have money in it. And just as a young kid, you see a red packet. So the reason I'm talking about this and raise this is, do you need to send your supplier a gift? There was a question asked on the VIP yesterday around relationships and building relationships with your supplier. I'd love to hear red packet, no red packet.
That's a great question, right? And Chinese New Year is an amazing time to it's an amazing opportunity to build a good relationship with your supplier. And for those who have seen, the presentations that I've delivered on day one, day two, I preach the importance of building a relationship with your supplier. In fact, I'm going to interview one of the suppliers, which you'll see today as well. But gifts aren't necessarily the most important thing for building a relationship. Like during this Chinese New Year period, I like to, say like, hey, what's your plans for the holiday? Are you traveling back home? Where are you headed? What's the typical food that you normally eat? Can you send me some photos? And they'll send you photos of the red packets, of the fireworks, of like their big family and stuff like that. And I just like to ask a lot of questions, ask them to send photos. I'll send photos of me hanging out with my buddies and stuff as well over Christmas and New Year. And this is an amazing opportunity to like utilize either WeChat or WhatsApp, like keep the formal stuff to email, but just to get involved in a bit of chat with your supplier to build that relationship. Now, I do take gifts when I go to visit my supplier for sure. If it's like the first time you're doing business, like not necessary, but like if you've worked several times, then it is cool. And it doesn't have to be anything expensive, but it can just be something that represents your hometown. So for example, I grew up in Scotland. Whenever I traveled from Scotland to China, I would take my supplier a nice bottle of whiskey because it's quite hard for them to get rare bottles of whiskey in China. So they really, really appreciate it. But if you're from like Louisiana, you might want to take some hot sauce. If you're from Melbourne, you might want to take a little teddy bear with a koala on it. You know what I mean? Like there's whatever represents, if you're coming from London, you might want to take some tea. Whatever represents your hometown. If you come from Chicago, take a little Chicago Bulls t-shirt, they appreciate gifts that represent your hometown. But in the Chinese New Year, just send your well wishes, message them on WeChat, WhatsApp, share some photos. And why this is really important and shows up in your business later on is that if you can get into good communication with them on WeChat and WhatsApp, when your goods are on the production line and in the factory, you can message them on WeChat and WhatsApp and ask for a video call, ask for a photo, ask to see your goods when the goods are on the inspection line. But that relationship was built during Chinese New Year when you were exchanging these photos,
Yeah, no. So I think this is really important, guys, because business is about relationships. It's about relationships with your suppliers. It's about relationships with your customers, which we've talked about a lot in the past couple of days. And that's what building a business is relationships. And when you're launching a physical product brand, when you're growing a physical product brand, you need to have a relationship with your supplier because you never know when you might need them. You never know when you might need them to stretch a little, when you might need to ask something, which is a little bit testing the relationship. So look, thank you for taking the time on this, Kian. Let's move back to Leah. No, I think yes. Let's move to our next presenter. I think you're interviewing Factory Boss. So let's move to that, and from there, you guys will see the importance of building relationships. But I'm super excited about today. You guys are in for an absolute treat. This interview that Kian's going to do is really, really cool. Now, obviously, we had to pre-record this one because it would be difficult to orchestrate this particular interview and all of that good stuff. But yeah, you guys are in for a
4
treat.
a.m. in China.
Super cool. What's that?
It's 4 a.m. in China, so it's hard to get a supplier live at 4 a.m.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, like I remember how difficult it was for you to actually orchestrate this one, even on of itself. Imagine if we tried to do this particular one live. It would have been wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay. All right, well, let's move to interviewing a factory boss. You'll get a feel for it. This is really cool, guys. All right, take it away.
All the best, guys.
Thank you, Nathan and Kian. All right, we are underway with day 3. And like Nathan shared, I want you to picture the opportunity of sitting down with a factory boss. Like imagine getting in touch with a key supplier of yours that you have on your list of ones that you would love to work with, and getting the inside scoop on how to negotiate better deals, how to ensure you're getting really top quality of your product, and also really what to do to avoid really costly mistakes. So that is what this session is all about, okay? So we know now for years, Kian Golzari has been in this space. He's spent over 15 years working with over 500 different factories. He's sourced over 2,500 products for brands with the likes of like Visa, the Olympic Games, the NBA, Panasonic, Tesco. Like, you guys are familiar with the types of brands he's worked with now, right? So think about the type of conversation and the questions that Kian was able to ask to draw out this information. So we're going to go to this interview now with Andrew from Lens Cloth. A fantastic interview with Kian Golzari. So let's hand it over to Kian Golzari.
You can't touch these heights. I could bet some money you ain't on these flights. I don't check no price. It's a lifestyle.
How's it going, guys? Hope you're well. And today I've got a very, very special interview lined up for you. This is my very, very good friend, Andrew. And we've been working together for a long time. But we're actually the same age. We both started in a family business. And Andrew and his brother are the same age as me and my brother. And you guys were part of a family business. I was part of a family business. And we took the business over from our generation before us. So very, very similar situation. And I've known Andrew for about, I think, 12 or 13 years, and we've done a lot of business together. And when I was doing products under official license for the NBA, Andrew was manufacturing the official towels for the NBA as well, and did such a fantastic job as well. And, you know, I've visited your factory many times. I've met you in the Canton Fair many times. And every time we meet, it's always an amazing experience. I always learn so much from you about China, about production, and we're also very good friends as well. And we talk about things outside of business as well. You know, we talk about like health and politics and travel and things like that. So it's very, very interesting every time we meet. And I just wanted the audience to get to know you as well, and what it feels like, you know, to talk to a factory boss and what type of questions we should be asking and things like that. So Andrew, thank you very much for jumping on today. And it's a pleasure to have you here. But Andrew, why don't you share with the audience a little bit, like, how long have you been involved in manufacturing? Like, how many years, and like how big is your factory? How many workers do you have? How many production lines do you have?
Yeah, right now our factory is about 15 to 17 workers, 50 to 70 workers working my factory. And what we mainly produce is microfiber towels, travel towels, like swimming towels, all kinds of sports towels and outdoor towels like this. Mainly is dry fast and absorbent and antibacterial, like this kind of towels, which is much more difference from the normal cotton towels. Also, in like 5 years ago, we begin to do some other business like some blankets, like some different things like pillows, like something, some small accessories that will be used for outdoor, and which is easy to carry, and it is make your outdoor life much more comfortable, like this kind of things.
And your products are very, very successful in that, like, if I go to Amazon.com and I type in like microfiber towels or sport towels or travel towels, it's always your products that I see. So you've done very, very well. The brands that you supply have got #1 ranking across a lot of different categories on Amazon. And that is really just down to you providing a very, very good product at a very, very good price, and really understanding how to deliver a lot of value to your customers. So your business is visible on Alibaba.com, and you also attend the Canton Fair as well. So out of interest, like, what percentage of your customers come from online through Alibaba, and what percentage of your customers come from like face to face, like through the Canton Fair?
I should say that maybe like 50% and 50%, like this. But the difference is the custom from Alibaba. Mainly they will be a little more smaller, like they are a family business, or like they own a small website, and they have some followers, so they're doing some e-commerce business, and also maybe they are selling on Amazon or some other client like this, who is the mainly customer from Alibaba is like this kind of group. And when you go to Canton Fair, it is some other clients who maybe like you have a tradition brand, and you supply to many like a supermarket or something like that. The custom from Canton Fair is more big than the Alibaba.
The
Yeah.
more established, like the more like retail
Mhm.
stores or bigger brands.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a big difference for like anyone thinking to attend the Canton Fair is that if a customer was to reach out to your company on Alibaba, they would be because sometimes I see people in the online business who are like, what's the price of this? Okay, let's change the color. Oh, I want this packaging. Oh, add this label. And factories need to plan their production and know everything that you want and then make arrangements. So do you have any examples of like a good customer and a bad customer?
Focus on some new items, or they want to change their supply chain with a new.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's actually a very, very important point that you mentioned, because like
Mhm.
there's a lot of time wasters in the Canton Fair as well, because in the Canton Fair there's hundreds of thousands of people and they're looking at many different products and they can't decide, maybe I'll do this business, maybe I do that business. And you don't
Mhm.
want to sit down with someone for an hour and not know if they're serious or not about doing
Mhm.
business with you. But if they come with their samples and say, like, this is what we've been producing for
Mhm.
the last few years, now we need better quality. Can serious or not about doing
Mhm.
business with you? But if they come with their samples and say, like, this is what we've been producing for the last few years, now we need better quality. Can you do this for us? And now you're very much like, this is a potential customer for us. Or if they're just starting the business, but they know that they want to get involved in travel towels, then they can buy the samples from the competitors and bring to you and say, this is what we're working on, but we want to improve it. Let's talk will be treated much more seriously than someone which is just asking questions, because you're still trying to figure out, are they a serious customer? That's a very good point.
Because if you are within a sample, that will reduce the time that the suppliers guess what you want to do. If you are with a sample, we know that you are serious about this business.
Sure.
Yeah. So
And-
this is, I think, a good thing for you. Yes.
And Andrew, your customers, like, are they like what parts of the world? Like, what percentage are like US brands? What percentage is Europe? What percentage is like domestic market in China?
I think our customer 80% is from USA and Europe, and I think Europe and USA is like half. Yeah.
Cool. So about 40% of your production goes to the USA. So how have the Trump tariffs affected your business?
Yeah, right now we do not feel the effect already, but I think the time will make it happen. I think you want to buy these towels, and you just can buy it from China. And where else? Maybe Korea? Yeah, like Korea, they are much more expensive than us.
Mhm.
Finally, the cost will be taken by the consumers.
Mm.
I don't think this is a good idea to have so many tax, and that will make USA's consumers pay much more money.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's a very
this.
good point, because a lot of people get scared and are like, oh, tariffs have gone up. I need to find a factory outside of China.
Mhm.
But then you look outside of China and then the prices might be more expensive. Or
Mhm.
if the price is the same, maybe those other countries don't have the machinery that China has. They don't have the skilled workforce that China has. They don't have the capacity that China has. They can't make you 10,000 units, in 1 month. So even if the price is the same, China still has many other advantages apart from price.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, because right now China still the world factory. You
Mhm.
cannot disagree about this. Yeah, we have the world most workers. The workers I mean is that who is fully educated and who have skill to produce, not just the people.
Mhm.
Like this. Yeah.
And like apart from tariffs, like some things that I've noticed change a lot in China in the last
Mhm.
5 years are things like labor cost and material cost and things
Mhm.
like that. So is that affecting your business? Because I see that there's like a growth in middle class in China. So much more people in China have more income. So then they're spending more in coffee shops, in bars, in restaurants. So the younger generation, which used to go work in the factory, now go work in bars and restaurants, or go to university and then get a job in a corporate office and work for a bank and things like that. So there's less people going to work in the factories, and the factories have a aging population. They're getting older, and the younger workforce aren't coming in to do those jobs. So the labor cost is getting higher and higher. So do you see that? And is that affecting your pricing as well? And is maybe that something to consider in the future, not now, but maybe in 10 years, to move production to other countries where they have a younger workforce?
Yeah, that's a good question. That right now the labor cost like this is going higher, and young people, they do not to go to factory to work. This is what they don't want to do, because for your first question, that China is very big, and we have a big country, and the area nearby the sea, that is a little more rich, but the people who is much more far from the sea in the mainland, that they do not have so much more monies and opportunities. So I think that kind of people, that part of people, they will taken the jobs which the rich areas people do not want to do, but this is still a big part of population.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that's that's a very good point, because like China is such a big country, around 1 billion people. And when
Yeah.
I first came to China in 2010, I would come off the plane and arrive in Shanghai, Ningbo, Hangzhou, and all the factories were near the big cities. But now,
Yeah.
after years gone by, you arrive in those cities, but now you need to take 4 hours high-speed rail to go into the countryside. And now
Yeah.
the factories are moving away from the ports and
Yeah.
more inland. And as you said, like in the major cities, you have all the big offices and the big banks and the big companies and the technological companies, and then all your bars and restaurants and coffee shops and things like that. But then the factories are moving more and more inland. But to your point, inland, you still have those like larger populations. So there will still be those younger people to go in and do that work. But it's just moving more rural.
Yes. Even like this, they are they're still much more cheaper than the other countries doing. Yeah, like this. And also, the other question is, like now in China, the go to work in the factory is not only way that if a young people who is just graduated and which is not very good educated people, the only choice they can choose to have a job like Uber. In China, it is Didi. Like,
yeah.
yeah, they can have some other jobs like delivery, like this kind of jobs. Also, it can the income will be similar to the work in the factory, and but they will feel more freedom
Got it.
like
So,
this.
yeah, Andrew, like I love coming to China and I love like, going to the Canton Fair and, meeting guys like you, and we always have fun. We always have a laugh, and like just business seems fun, right? But there's a lot of people that come to the Canton Fair with me, and they're coming to China for the first time and they're meeting a supplier for the first time. And I can see that they're a little bit nervous, or they're like a little bit scared, and like they don't know what to say. And they're scared to like make a mistake in front of like talking to a factory. So do you have any advice, for people coming to China for the first time and they come to a Canton Fair and they meet you or they meet another supplier? What would you say to those people to make business more comfortable for them?
First of all, I think all the suppliers go to Canton Fair, who is, Canton Fair is not the first time to open. It have been about 10 or 20 years, like that kind of old. It is a tradition one, and the people go there always full skilled, So you just to be open, just ask what you want.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is fine.
Yeah,
Anything you can ask.
yeah,
Do
because
not to be shy. Yeah.
yeah, because at the end of the day, you're there to do business, and so are the customers. Like you want to sell products, you want to manufacture products, and the customers want to buy products. And it's just to be open, like you said, to say, what do you want? And I always say to people, to get familiar, like sometimes if you want to like practice talking to a supplier, maybe go to like a different category of product that you're not buying first to practice. So if I know I want to buy towels and I'm going to come to you, I won't come to you first. I'll maybe go to another category like pets or baby, and I'll talk to those suppliers and I'll ask them questions like, how many years have you been in business, and what's the MOQ of this product, and what certifications do you have, and what markets do you supply, and what are the new products you've been working on in the Canton Fair, and just build up a bit of confidence and get comfortable like talking to the supplier. And once I feel right, okay, cool, I'm ready, then I'm going to come to you and then I'm going to talk to you. So that's the thing. I think just have a bit of confidence and don't be shy and ask whatever questions that you want to ask. And the factories love doing business with you.
Yeah, I think what's the best thing is just like you said, just prepare the questions on your notebook or something like that. And if you feel nervous or something, just look at the book and answer the questions.
Yeah.
And people will answer with all your questions
Yeah.
with honest.
And as you said as well, bring the sample. And if you bring the samples, then you can talk about the sample. And then but you have to be knowledgeable about your sample. You have to know about the materials and the weight and and the dimensions and what colors you want and things like that. Andrew, just to wrap up, like What do you feel is the future of Chinese manufacturing? You know, we talked about labor costs and we talked about tariffs, but I see that China is getting more advanced in its production capabilities. Like the machinery is becoming much more advanced, the tooling is becoming much more advanced. And I think that with like labor costs, you know, getting higher and technology getting more advanced, do you see any time in the next like 2 years or 5 years or 10 years where technology will take over from humans for manufacturing?
Yeah, I think that maybe will happen, but we're not in like 5 years or 10 years. I think it is a little will be much more slower than we thought because like AI, we know, like the robot AI, yeah, we know, but you know, if they want to take man's job, it will take a lot of time and to practice or something like that, training. Um, it's not so easy, I think, but that will be coming one day.
Cool. Andrew, is there any final words that you want to share with the audience, with the community, to everyone listening?
Yeah, I think that if you go to Canton Fair or something like this, the best thing is that we need to do some prepare before we go. That is the most important. Anything you prepared will help you to make you more confidence and make you more comfortable in the fair, and you will find the things you want. And when you go, you with your goal.
And so just for anyone who doesn't know what the Canton Fair is, it's the largest import-export exhibition in the world, and it has over 26,000 Chinese exhibitors, and it has many different categories of product. So whatever product you're looking for, you'll see the products and you'll find the suppliers there. It happens twice a year. It's in Guangzhou, China. But to your point, just be prepared. The same information applies if you're reaching out to a factory on Alibaba.com as well, because your company probably receives many messages on Alibaba, and the message is, hey, what's the price? What's the MOQ? And that's it. And that's not very exciting. That's not very interesting. But if you come prepared and you say, we've been in business for 5 years, we have access to these big KOLs or influencers, we're selling on Amazon and Shopify, and we're thinking about Kickstarter. We develop a lot of new products. This is the new product that we're working on. Here's the specification sheet. Can you give us the pricing? Like, this is a certification we require. You can read that message and say, this is a serious customer. The same way the customer brings you the sample, you're like, this is a serious customer. If you write a proper message online, then the supplier takes you more seriously as well. And it's not one of those messages of, I just want a cheap price, you know? So your point about being prepared, it applies online and offline as well.
Yes, do some research, and you can do some research before you go to a Canton Fair, maybe in Alibaba or what. You can find a target price, and maybe when you go to Canton Fair, you will to verify the price if it is right or no. If everyone said the price is wrong, no one can do this price, so the price will be wrong. If you buy Alibaba, you will be cheat.
Yeah, that's a very good point as well. Like, you have to be careful about the pricing, because someone can give you a very low price to attract you to place the order to them, but that's not the real price. So you have to give your accurate specification sheet, and you have to get multiple prices from multiple suppliers. Then you can compare, and then you know what is the real price.
Yes.
Cool. Andrew, it's been so much fun talking with you, and thank you very much for sharing your knowledge to the audience. I'm sure everyone got a lot of value from it, and I can't wait to see you soon in the Canton Fair, and hopefully I can visit your factory again soon as well. And for anyone watching, if you recognize Andrew, if you see him in the hallway of the Canton Fair, definitely go say hi to him as well. He's a very, very nice guy, and I look forward to seeing you for dinner sometime soon as well.
Sure. Have a great day.
All right, all the best, bro. Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Ay, I'ma elevate like that. Then I'm gonna bring it right back. Go ahead, follow all of my tracks. I take it up to another place. I mean, how you like that? We gon' take off in the flash. You won't ever wanna go back. I promise you can count on that. Hold out. Let me check my math. Yeah, I got it. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it hot. Keep it going to the top. Don't stop, make it rock. Keep it going to the top.
Big thank you to Kian Golzari and a big thank you to Andrew there as well. I hope you found that session helpful, learning from a factory boss. Let's see it in the chat. Give us a big yes if you loved that interview and that conversation. Now, today is all about scaling, all right? So scaling our manufacturing and supply chain. And when you have scaled, when you've actually sourced your product, right? Like when you found the best supplier, and your supply chain becomes a well-oiled machine, you need to be driving customers to your store. And we do this through paid advertising. And this is how you scale your brand. Give us a big scale in the chat box if you are ready to scale your brand, or if you have your sights on that for 2026. Who wants to eventually scale their massive e-commerce business? Give us a scale in the chat box, because that's what this is all about. So our next speaker knows exactly how to do that, okay? With the power of Facebook ads. So paid advertising. Leslie wants to scale. Tamara wants to scale. So does Cami, Brandon, Zara. You guys are all in the right place. This is what you're going to learn from this session. So does Elaine. So does Jem, Marie. Fantastic. So Adam Alice. Familiarize yourself with Adam here. Adam is one of our founder coaches, and he is a paid ads expert. His brand, his wife Sheila and himself founded a brand called Ritual Planner. Okay, so self-care tarot journals. It's a very niche product, and they speak directly to their customer with paid advertising. So they founded Ritual Planner together, a spiritual wellness brand. And they actually scaled it to $1 million in sales in just 6 months using Facebook ads. He grew it into a 7-figure brand with almost 300 products, and he now manages over $1 million in ad spend annually. And Adam works with e-commerce brand owners to scale their brand. So he runs our Facebook ads coaching workshops in the coaching program, and he is always guiding our members through our 5-phase system so that they can scale their brand. So he's going to share with us today how he used Facebook ads to pre-sell $500,000 worth of product before launching. This is a very, very powerful topic for you to consider when we're scaling our brand. And there's a lot of you in here that want to do that. So let's hand over to founder coach Adam Ellis.
I am the COO of a brand called Ritual Planner. And this is a brand that I run with my partner and my wife that we launched back in 2020. And now I've personally been in the e-com space since 2002, and I've worked with hundreds, if not thousands of brands since then, building their businesses and helping them to scale through digital marketing. And as a lot of you guys here probably know, I do tons of presentations and trainings here on Founder, mainly about Facebook ads, because I personally manage over $1 million a year on that platform. And so without question, I am a huge believer in the power of Facebook ads. Now, a lot of people only think of Facebook ads whenever it comes to selling their product. And I think that this is just a huge mistake that new brand owners make. And this group here today, I know that you're all in different phases of building your businesses. Some are just starting out. Others of you guys have been doing this for a while, but you're looking to expand and to launch new product lines, right? So some of you may have lots of business experience already, but this might be the first time that you're dipping into our e-com world. So awesome. I love all of this for all of you guys. What I want to present to you today is how to begin to leverage the power of Facebook ads, no matter where in the process you are. Okay, so if you build out your brand and you find the products, you build the website, you launch your socials, all that good stuff, but then you wait until you're ready to start shipping products to actually start running ads, I think that you're already falling behind, and I don't want to see that. You want to be using Meta, I believe, at every step of your brand's journey, because these efforts are going to compound over time, and it's going to give you a brand that your customers love, not just this flashy product that maybe they saw on TikTok Shop or one quick ad and they just bought it the first time that they saw it. So no matter what phase you're in, thinking about starting an e-com phase you're in, thinking about starting an e-com business, building an e-com business, or refining and scaling that business, you're going to be constantly validating what you're doing with your products. Okay, brand owners, myself included, we have a tendency like to get obsessed with our ideas. We live, eat, breathe, sleep our products. Every successful brand owner I have ever met is laser focused in on what they're doing and what they're offering. So it's really easy to just stop thinking about our customers at all, let alone what they might care about. And I obviously don't want you to do this. I do not want you to get obsessed with your idea. I mean, at least until it's been validated, and then yeah, go for it, all in. It is critically important, though, that in all phases of our brand's journey, that we're constantly validating what we're doing so that it actually has value for our customers. And I'm going to talk a lot today about my brand, Ritual Planner. We've been around, like I said, since late 2020. And to date, we have sold over $10 million in product. In fact, we sold, my wife and I, or my business partner, we sold over $500,000 during the launch process using pre-sales and over $1 million in product in just our first year. And I've been, like I said, in e-com for a long time, all the way back to 2002, if you can believe it. And I've worked with so many different brand owners over the years, and I can say without question that Ritual is the most successful, like the most unicorn of a product that I've ever been involved with. And I really wish that I could take more credit for it. But the truth is I married up. And my wife, Sheila, she's incredible. She's an amazing designer, and she has this uncanny ability to create things that our customers really just fall in love with. Now, unfortunately, you can't have my wife, I'm sorry to say, but you can absolutely learn from the journey of Ritual and how to become obsessed, not with what you think is going to work, but what your customers are actually going to want. And not just want, but fall in love with, to spend money on, to keep coming back. So how do we do this? Well, the quickest path to that validation we're looking for, knowing that we have something good, is honestly, it's easy. Just give people what they want. Because no matter what stage of business you're in, I want you to think about what problem you were trying to solve whenever you came up with your product. Okay, and Ritual in its infancy, 100% my wife. And she did all these steps that we're going to talk about. So I promise I've got lots of good stories to draw from. But keep in mind, in the beginning, Ritual was just one product, that's it. A daily planner where someone who reads tarot cards, they can record their daily tarot draws, journal about them. You start to see patterns in the process. You meditate. It's a tarot for self-care thing. She's a busy mom, busy wife, and she's pushing to take time out of her day for herself, center herself, delve into a spiritual practice that really resonates with her. Take care of yourself, self-care, right? So why did Sheila come up with this particular product? Well, honestly, she just wanted a tarot journal. She wanted a planner. And she started, like anybody else, Google, looking on Amazon, and there just wasn't anything out there that really looked good to her. Honestly, there wasn't much of anything at all at the time. But she created the original Ritual Planner just to solve a problem for herself. It was honestly just something that she wanted. I mean, she's an insanely talented, creative person. She's a graphic designer by trade. She just wanted to make something for herself. And then when it was done, she thought, I mean, this is kind of pretty. Maybe other people would want this, and I'll try selling it. With me so far, right? There was a reason that you came up with what you're selling. But how do you know other people are actually going to want this thing that just lives inside of your brain? I mean, you got to gain a lot of confidence to take that next step. That's what you're here for. Well, initial validation for Sheila, for Ritual, it was just simply talking to other people she knew who also read tarot cards. She showed them what she came up with. I mean, seriously, it was literally two neighbors that lived down the street from us. She would go down often and have wine on the front porch in the evening, and she took them the planner, got their feedback, and that was the initial validation. Just a couple of neighbor friends. And that's what you want to do. Just start by asking people who are into the types of product that you're creating. Just open your ears and get some feedback, because building a brand like this, you don't get to decide what works. Okay, get that thought into your head now. You have to listen to other people. You have to know what they think, how you should maybe modify the product. Is it even viable for sale? All of those things you have to listen. But it's an easy win to just listen, and it's going to build confidence for you. Or, the other side is going to have you trashing this product that you came up with, and then you'll go and come up with something else and start again. But give people something you think they would want and listen to what they have to say. This can be done with your neighbor, just like Sheila did, or it can be done online. You're all smart people. You wouldn't be here otherwise. start to think in the beginning here how you're going to leverage Meta. This can be organic posts, certainly paid posts. That's what I believe in, to get that initial validation, but start to have some conversations about what it is. And this can be, again, Instagram, TikTok, personal Facebook page, anything that's reaching other people who might be into what you're obsessed with. And I'll go through a list of some validation ideas a little bit later, but I want you to start thinking early on here about how Meta can really be, you know, the fuel on the fire of this brand that you're starting. But whatever you do, and it's good to hear whether or not people like your product or the idea of your product, but I know who probably loves your product, right? Your mom probably loves your product, or at least I hope your mom is supportive. Maybe it's your spouse, your best friend, you get it. But even if it's total strangers that you're showing your product to and they say, oh man, this is amazing, I love this, I would totally use this. Are they actually going to pay you for it? Because your first sale, that is the ultimate validation. And it's pretty rare in my experience that someone's going to give you money just to be nice. You know, we're all really protective of our cash, I think. Words are nice and money talks. So how did we do this at Ritual? Well, we did a pre-sale. And this was, you know, the perfect storm for us because I owned a pretty big printing facility at the time. And my wife knew that I could go ahead and print up prototypes and samples and we could no problem fulfill orders for customers. But it was still a really crazy time all the same. I actually went and I dug back into our Shopify store and like looked at our old themes and getting ready for this presentation. And I actually found here on screen, this was the original website, exactly how it was set up at launch in September of 2020. And I got to say, really shocked by this. It's a terrible website. If I was working with you as a client, I would tell you, you need to do some work here. But honestly, it did work back in 2020. Keep in mind, we were selling a planner that began on January 1st, 2021. But starting things back in September, we're able to say, hey, come and buy one of these. You're not going to get it till the end of December, but let us send you out an email. We'll send you all of the pages for September through December, and you can start trying this thing out right now. And this is a critical thing to be thinking about. If you're going to try pre-selling, you need to have an incentive beyond just, hey, here's 10% off. Like everybody does that. You need something different. You have to build some trust, some excitement. You want to give people a reason to part with their money to give that to you. And you likely aren't going to have something quite like what we did with free pages in September to December. But if you're going to pre-sell, you're really going to have to come up with an offer that is worth it for your customers to jump on. And our offer with the free PDF download going out, it served for us what turned out to be a really critical dual purpose, because we got our brand, this new product, in the hands of early adopters. And we got it to them in time for us to hear live feedback, which frankly was not always kind. But we were able to get some insights into where the product might be lacking. And so we were able to do some tweaks before actually sending out the final physical products in the mail. And I'm going to come back to the story a little later, what happened with the pre-sale at Ritual, but bottom line, it worked great. And we started to run Facebook ads to this page so we could gauge interest in the product that we had, interest, validation in the form of sales, right? Sheila's very first sale was to that friend down at the end of the street that she sits on the porch with, Tamara Shulov. I will always be grateful to her for doing that first order, and she loved the planner. She gave Sheila feedback. She paid real money. This wasn't a gift. She paid money for the book. And most importantly, Sheila, who still, I swear, to this day, claims to not be an entrepreneur, and she was definitely terrified back then. But at the point that, Tamara bought the first one, she started to really believe that, okay, hell yeah, this can work. People actually do want this book that I created. They're actually giving me real money. And that's the best validation I think anybody can have. And as I said, undoubtedly Ritual and my brand, we did have an advantage early on because Sheila could pre-sell the planners, knowing that we own this printing facility, that we could make them later on. And I'm going to guess you're probably not married or close with someone who can make your products. Maybe you are. So I get how lucky we were to have everything that we did whenever Ritual started. So let's take that out, that kind of lightning strike of a perfect culmination of skill sets. I want to tell you about one of my most favorite students here through Founder of all time. And he definitely did not have any initial advantage like Ritual did. So Matt Figueroa, my good friend, he came through the Founder program and I worked with him for about 6 months. This would have been back 2023 now. He's a great guy. He's had a really successful corporate career, but he has this dream, just like all of us here have, wanting to start something of his own. But what was he passionate about? What was he obsessed with? Think about all the time, and it was dominoes, right? Dominoes, the game, not the pizza. But Matt grew up playing dominoes as a part of his family's culture. That's what they always did. And he was always frustrated that there weren't like cooler dominoes out there. And he's right. I have gone and I have looked. You search for dominoes online and there's like a few designer type sets, but for the most part, it's these really boring, old, standard looking things with absolutely nothing flashy happening. And that's not Matt. So he wanted to design and produce these really cool, these fun domino sets, way more high end than what you're seeing out there. But his concern, rightfully so, was he was going to sell, as you can see here in his website, he was going to sell these sets at like $75, $150. I think he even has some now pushing up to like $300. And his question was, well, will the market bear this? And it's a really good question. He knew that these dominoes were cool, but would people be willing to spend money on them? So he had a validation problem. So just like we did with Ritual, just like you guys have here now. So what did he do? He went to an overseas manufacturer through Alibaba and he ordered one set of dominoes. Okay, it wasn't crazy expensive, and he got a set that he was happy with that he knew he could produce. And so what he did is he started taking them to domino tournaments. Like he literally went down to the park in Miami where he lives, and there's like the old Cuban guys in the afternoon playing dominoes, and he got into games with strangers, making friends, and then he would break out this badass domino set that he made. Probably needless for me to say, but you're guessing everybody loved them, right? And they were begging to buy that one set that he had, buy it right there on the spot. This was product validation. He had a prototype. He got to show it off. He knew he was onto something and his brand was starting to take shape. And better yet, because I am going to keep coming back to this, he started taking videos of domino players using his product, loving his products. And now he was starting to build this bank of social media content for days, right? Once we started running ads together, whenever I was working with him, trying to sell his dominoes, those videos were critical. They're everything that we use to keep people coming back to the website and started selling his product. And this is, again, what I want you to think about as you're thinking about validating and growing and how you can start with your product. Think about building up this bank of creative content. You want images, you want videos, you want testimonials, you want all of this to fuel the fire. Again, fuel that fire of your brand, using social media and Facebook. Okay, so tips on the validation product. Can you pre-sell like we did? Are there other things you can do to try to get an idea? Just first of all, remember that this whole validation process, it's just about knowing that your idea has legs before you move any further forward. And just like we talked about earlier, you, the brand owner, the creator of this product, you don't get to decide what works. Your job as an entrepreneur is to listen to the market and steer the ship, so to speak. This is true for you today. And it's going to be true 4 years from now, 20 years from now, like it is for me, when you're listening to your customers rather than potential customers trying to decide new products to offer. So the sooner you get comfortable with this idea, the better. Okay, second, don't get obsessed with the way that you want your idea to be. It's a continuation of the first point, really, but also a reminder, don't get lost inside of your own vision. Third, the best validation, as I said, is always going to be your first sale. I've worked with a lot of brands over the years. I promise you, the most excited phone call, email, text message, it was always from the client, the student, whenever they made their first sale, because it's not even about the money. It's just knowing, feeling secure that they're on the right track and that all of this work that they're putting into it can be worth it. It's a high that's difficult to explain. Fourth, and this is a huge one, and something I'm going to touch on a little bit more later, don't be intimidated by your competition. During the time that you're validating, you're absolutely going to find other companies that are selling the same product. I mean, it's exceedingly rare to come up with a product idea that nobody has ever tried before. I mean, it happens, but most new brand founders, you're not out there applying for patents. You're just doing something that you love and doing it in a way that you believe is better. So keep in mind your competition is there to learn from. Don't be afraid. In fact, one of the very best things that you can do at the stage that you're in is find your competitors, go and read all the reviews online for the products. What are their customers saying? Is there maybe a feature of their product that they're complaining about? Well, change that complaint into a feature on your product, and there you go. Finally, remember that at this phase, you simply want to know if there are buyers out there and who they are. Where do they live online? Because you're going to want to come back at them later. This is the research you're doing. This is determining possible market size. This is deciding whether or not it makes sense to risk your time and investment on this particular product that you have in mind. And as you're having these conversations with potential customers, as you're researching and learning what people want, you're attempting to validate your product idea, let's be sure, please, to stay in tune with what is going on with these interviewees, the same that you're going to be tuned into what your customers are expressing later. And this, I would hope this would be obvious, it's really not just about a flat out, yes, I'm interested, or no, I don't like it. So you have to tune into the perceptions of these, let's call them validatees, right? Where they're not just going to help with your decision on the product, but it's also going to help you to potentially refine your product, to see what holes there might be. Just like we did at Ritual with sending out early copies of the first planner in PDF. You're gonna find some things that you want to change. You want to know these people you're talking to, what are they thinking and feeling? And hopefully the part that they express to you directly in open communication. But sometimes you think about, what are they seeing? Try to put yourself into the seat of the person that you're talking to. Do they think the product is a good idea, but maybe visually it's off-putting, and that alone is going to keep them out of your potential audience? Same with hearing, all the senses, right? What are their friends saying about their interest in the product? What do influencers saying? What's the chatter, or what would potentially be the chatter about your product? Because the cool factor is important when you're selling. Are they going to feel proud that they own your product? Are they going to show it off? Is it going to make your marketing easier? After getting your product, what are they saying and doing? Are they pumping your product up to others? Is it gathering dust on a shelf? Are they coming back for more because that's going to increase lifetime value? Or are they maybe out there bashing you because your product is inferior? You need to anticipate, absorb, and measure all of these things, the pains and gains of customers over the lifetime of your brand. And that starts right now with validation. Start getting in tune with what's happening and not be locked inside your brain in this, paralysis by analysis. These insights we're talking about, they're going to be invaluable as you establish your brand's place in the market and as you scale up over time. I'm a big promoter of sound marketing principles. You've probably gleaned this from some of my other presentations. I think that it's critical to absorb everything you can take from customers and potential customers if you're ever going to speak to their desires as consumers. And that's what marketing is. That's what Facebook ads are, just speaking to someone's desire. Okay, so how do we leverage Meta, right, to reach these groups of potential customers, the ones that we want to help us validate our ideas? Here's some good ways I think you can think about. Find groups on Facebook. There's Facebook groups for everything out there. Go and find the ones that relate to your products. Ritual, obviously, we got in every tarot group we could find. Started talking about our products, started listening, started asking questions about what people were into. You don't want to be salesy and annoying, but you will find your tribe online if you start looking. 2, go just talk to 20 people. Seriously, that simple. Just get yourself out there in front of 20 people and talk with them about your idea. Keep your mind and your ears open, see where it takes you. Go and post on social media. I would think that's obvious, but hey, as you grow your brand, you're going to need to post a lot on Instagram and Facebook. So just start getting in that habit right now. Create a pre-launch landing page, just like we're talking about. I mean, we had that, what I'm not proud of now, the Ritual website, but it was a page where the product was for sale. You can just be a landing page with a questionnaire. You don't necessarily need to be selling the product. You can just have a spot for people to leave their email addresses so you can reach them in the future. Put up some videos about your product. Do something. Do your market research. This goes back to what we're talking about with competition. See what else is out there. What pain points are customers facing when they buy from your competitors? What can you do to make your product stand out in that same market? You can go out, create a cheap prototype. I want to stress, don't spend a ton of money until your product is validated, but a cheap prototype, or mildly expensive even, this can really help with the validation process. Depending on what your product is, you're going to want to be able to show it off to people, let people touch it, feel it. It makes a big difference. And of course, if you're going to pre-sell or do anything on social media, you're going to want to have some pictures and some videos to do that. Speaking of pre-sales, again, PayPal. You don't have to have the full-blown website. If you don't do that yet, it's okay. But if you've got a nice offer to make to people and can easily allow them to pay for it, like on PayPal, just do that. Something simple for the people who support you. Run $100 worth of ads to that or to a mock-up. And I know, again, that kind of flies in the face of don't spend any money, but we're talking minimal expense. I run $1 million a year on Facebook ads. And so I love this one. Ben Heath, if you're on YouTube, go check out Ben Heath. He's got this great YouTube video on how to use Facebook ads specifically, like exactly what your campaign should look like. I know we're talking high level today, but he talks about how to validate your product idea without even selling. It's a really cool setup. Create a crowdfunding campaign, a Kickstarter campaign. And if you're getting great feedback, this is a good thing to do, to take an extra little step to help people sort of like invest in your idea, invest in your brand. And that could be tremendous for you moving forward. I think you need a pretty unique product to do this, but even with something simpler, you've probably even got friends and family who would love to help and would support you through a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe. And lastly, post it on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace, because it's really interesting to get the feedback of cold traffic, people that don't know you, don't know your products. And let's face it, Facebook, Craigslist, these are going to be the people with some strong opinions and who are willing to share it. And side note on this one, we actually used Etsy a ton back in the beginning. I love Etsy for stuff just like this. We sold a bunch of Ritual product, and depending on what you're doing, it could be an awesome way to kind of dip your toe in this pool of selling. But any of these ways are going to quickly and inexpensively allow you to validate your product, your new idea, with real live feedback from people. And with almost any one of these, pumping some money through social media to, again, fuel on the fire is going to make these things grow bigger and get your reach larger. So I want you now, the most important thing, just get used to being online with your brand and getting comfortable with it. Okay. And before I kind of show you real world results of our validation and what we did with Facebook ads, let's have a quick chat about competition. Okay. I want to stress this as much as I possibly can. Just like I said a few slides ago, do not be afraid of competition. I get it. As a new brand, you're feeling like in a perfect world, you're the first person to market with your product. Everybody's going to love what you're doing because nothing like this has ever been seen before. And there's no competition out there sucking up your customer base. I mean, yeah, could be cool. But I would argue overwhelmingly, it's a giant pain in the butt. It's not really something you want to be striving for in most cases. You know, again, with us, with Ritual, there were a few tarot journals out there, but we were talking like super niche brands and some pretty homemade looking things that just brands didn't have a lot of reach. In a tarot planner specifically that like incorporates moon phases and actual dates, offers real structure around a tarot practice. There really wasn't anything out there. There's a couple, but not really. So while Ritual I think is cool as hell, and the people that are into tarot, they fall in love with it pretty quickly, I have to be out there constantly introducing the idea of a product to people because they don't even know a tarot planner is something that exists, let alone something they were looking for. I mean, we sell millions of dollars a year worth of tarot planners, and I could tell you how often people actually use the search term tarot planner on Google. It's like nothing. It's a few hundred searches a month. People just aren't looking for a product because they don't know that it's the type of thing that exists, and it hampers our ability to open up to new markets and expand customer base because we have to advertise over and over again to warm this up. Promise, it's not fun. On the other hand, for most of my life, I ran an online book printing company over 20 years. Printing is the total opposite. It's a super saturated market, tons and tons and tons of competition, but I was able to position my brand, Steuben Press, within that competitive landscape. Sometimes competing on price was difficult, but we were able to really pointedly show that our quality was better, we were faster, our customer service exceeded that of our competitors. So there were a lot of people searching for book printer online, and we were able to carve out a nice niche that aligned with our goals as a brand. It's a super easy thing to market because there were pain points I could describe to a cold audience that they could relate to. Unlike, again, with tarot planners where I have to educate someone that exists and convince them that they want it. So you're likely going to want the same thing. You want to have some competition that you can stack yourself up against, right? Because you're going to establish your UVP, your unique value proposition. You're going to use that to stand out against other people in the market. And if your brand is going to stand out, you have to have a background behind you to offer some contrast, right? And if there's lots of competitors, that means that there are also a lot of customers out there who want that product. All these companies are out there making money. They know something, right? So you can look at them. You can even go and spy on them and see their ads and see what they're doing that you might want to do to leverage in your own journey. When I started running Facebook ads, when I started running Facebook ads for a new brand, the very first thing that I do is I look at competitors' ads. I look at their websites, their reviews on Amazon. I taught a whole workshop here on Founder about using ChatGPT to scrape competitor websites, turn that data into Facebook ads for your business. But bottom line, if there's lots of competition, then that's product validation all by itself. It means that your product is almost undoubtedly something worth selling. All right, but what you guys all really want to see in this presentation, the validation that Ritual did back in 2020. The most important thing that we did was pre-sell our product. And after getting, initially some really great feedback, we decided to push a little bit into Facebook ads. Honestly, at the time, I didn't even know Sheila was doing this. She decided to run Facebook ads because she heard me talk about them all the time with other businesses. And she thought, okay, this will be a great way for someone out there that she didn't know, some total stranger, to finally tell her the truth and tell her that Ritual Planner was crap, right? She was so nervous, and she liked what she felt like was the anonymity of Facebook ads. So this graph up here on screen, it shows our first month of sales. September 30th, 2020 is the day that Sheila went live, and it goes till the end of October. And now it's really hard to see over there on the side what those numbers were at the beginning because they're so small, right? But on day one, September 30th, she spent $5.90 on Facebook ads. Couldn't be a tinier dip of her toe into the pool. Well, she sold $144.70 worth of product on day one. And this is what I mean when I say the first sale is the best feeling in the world, the best validation, because she freaked out. She finally thought, oh my gosh, I've got something here. She still didn't tell me about it for a few more days. And over the next couple of weeks, she worked up to spending about $15 a day, but she was making anywhere from $100 a day to $500 a day in sales. Crazy, right? This amazing returns. What I mean, this was like a unicorn of a product I don't really ever see. And it was then that she finally came to me and said, Adam, husband, I know you have a lot of experience with Facebook ads. I think I want to show this to you. And frankly, I didn't believe her. She's telling me she'd get like a 25x, 50x ROAS on Facebook. But yeah, she was. The proof was there. But what did I do? Well, I insisted that we grow our ad spend as quickly as humanly possible. And by the end of October, we were spending over $2,000 a day. In December, I think we were up close to $5,000, $6,000 a day. And what you see here just on this chart is that by that final couple of days in October, we were bringing in over $10,000 a day in pre-sales. We had no product. We had shipped nothing. And we did all of this without a single penny on creating product. We didn't even start creating product until December. So what did I do? I said, we're going to take this and we're going to go as hard as we can to see how far we can go with this brand while we still have time. And I show you guys this chart here just to show you that with the proper validation, with showing your ideas to the right audience, with being confident in what you're doing, this can be an absolute snowball of scaling up. Because I want you to keep in mind, Ritual had 0 Instagram followers in September of 2020. We had not a single email for potential customers, nothing. Sheila had 2 of her neighbors telling her that they thought Ritual Planner was incredible. So she took another little baby step. And then she got some sales and she took a bigger step. And then before you knew it, we sold over $1 million in product. So I want you to do that. Step out on that ledge, start to have some conversations, and build your brand up. And we'll show you this last screenshot from Ritual's Shopify dashboard, literal screenshot I took today. It shows 365 days of sales that we started on September 30th, 2020. And what probably jumps out right away is that we did $1,243,915. And that's the truth. That's what we did. There's a screenshot. It can be done. This is all on Facebook ads. But I like to look at on this chart, see that flat spot starting in about February, and it's pretty flat all the way up until July of 2021. Why is that? Well, as I mentioned, we only had one product, one planner. That's all we were selling. So by the time January rolled around, nobody cared about us. The planner started on January 1st, and so it was already outdated by the time you hit mid-January. We had nothing to sell. So what did we do? Well, we continue to validate. We asked thousands of customers who had just purchased from us, what do you guys want to see? They wanted stickers. They wanted stamps that they use in the planner. They wanted tarot card decks. They wanted an online community where they could take classes and have interaction with other people like them. So as we did, we listened. We had ideas for new products. And from that time on, we never stopped validating. Today, we have over 200 products for sale on ritualplanner.com, and we're confident in every last one of them because they all came from validation with our customers. So listen to what your customers want. Use this unimaginable, unfathomable power of Meta and even TikTok and all the rest of the sites so that you can develop your brand with confidence. Building a brand can be done with confidence when you're looking at the right data points at scale. Okay, at scale. The internet's a wide open, amazing resource that you can use for your success when you know where to look. So go look for it, do it. For those of you here that are in the founder coaching program, keep an eye out for me. Every week I do office hours now. You can come and meet with me in a small group. I'll take a look at your Facebook ads. We'll talk more about this stuff. I would love to help you strategize for whatever your unique situation is. And if you're not in the founder coaching program, you really, really need to check that out. I've been a coach with Founder for over 2 years now. And I've worked with a whole lot of people, well over 100 people now that just like you guys, helping to build their businesses, build their brands for success from the ground up. But no matter what you do, with Founder, know that I am not difficult to find online. I'm all over the Founder platform. So come and tell me about your successes whenever you have them, because I do love those stories. Those are my favorite ones to hear. I look forward to hearing your story as well. I want you to go and crush it, scale your brand. And thanks for coming and hanging out with me for a little bit today.
I could bet some money you ain't on these flights. I don't check no price. This a lifestyle. I don't do it.
There we go. That is Adam Ellis, the founder coach. We knew that he would deliver. We told you he'd deliver, and I saw so much curiosity in the chat box. So I hope you enjoyed that session, learning about how to use Facebook ads to scale your brand and pre-sell so much product. It's a really, really powerful strategy as you grow your brand. So now I would like to share with you a really inspiring story from a member of our founder coaching program who's still a member of our founder community. Michael Forshaw is his name. So Michael is originally from the UK. He lives in New Zealand, and he came up with this product, Breath Sleep Tape. So we started to really research into the benefits about taping your mouth when you go to sleep at night. There are a lot of different health benefits. It drastically improved his sleep and his overall health and well-being. He sourced this great product. He worked out a lightweight, easy to ship product. He nailed his packaging, like really lightweight postage and packaging. And he worked with his coach in the program to manage to launch in only 10 weeks. Like, this is like an incredible story. You've probably heard me share it on our introduction. He'd launched in only 10 weeks, and then he continued to scale from there, right? So Michael actually got to the point where in the first 6 months, he made just shy of $65,000 in sales. Check out this screenshot that we have here. That is straight from Michael's Shopify store. And we're going to play this video for you. I had the privilege and the pleasure of interviewing Michael about how he got his brand off the ground and how he grew from there. So let's take it away, Michael Forshaw.
Because you can't really put a price on the money I've saved from the mistakes that I didn't make. So we launched on the 20th of June 2024, and just under 6 months we've made just under $64,000. My name's Michael. Brand is Breath Sleep Tape. I felt like I needed a new challenge and I needed to diversify my knowledge. Basically, I was introduced to mouth taping about 2 or 3 years ago now, and a lot of the associated benefits with sleep, athletic performance. I looked online at what, particularly in New Zealand where I'm based, there was pretty much nothing out there sort of similar to what I had in mind. That's when I come across Founder and the online coaching program and decided to try and develop it into a proper business, and that's when I was matched up with Jake. He knew exactly what we needed to do and how to get started, and basically cut through a lot of the grey areas. Even after our first call, it was just so clear about the direction we were moving in. I knew I'd made the right decision. So we launched on the 20th of June 2024, and just under 6 months we've made just under $64,000. So we've done 8,000 in October, 13,000 in November, a little bit of Black Friday stuff, as you can see. We've done it, about 16 and a half. December, this month so far, we're on about 14. Hopefully you can get to about 22. I think you can't really put a price on the money I've saved from the mistakes that I didn't make. But he was there to say, nah, I don't need to do that, we'll do this, or think about this instead. Every day there's always going to be these little challenges that you can just continue overcoming. I'd say if someone's considering it and probably got to the point where they feel like they want to make a change and do something different, there's no harm in taking a chance and backing yourself, and who knows where it can lead to. But for me, it's definitely been the right decision.
There we go. There we go. What do we think, everyone? Let us know in the chat box. Give me a big yes in the chat if you can see yourself in Michael's story. If that resonates with you, Michael came from a full-time role and he built this on the side while he was still full-time in his 9 to 5. And look at where he is taking the business now. Give me a yes in the chat box if you feel like you connect and see yourself in Michael and you can see yourself getting there as well. All right. Now, we've got 3 big yeses from Anna. Fantastic. Excellent. So by now, you've seen that Nathan Chan, he doesn't just interview founders on their success. He also takes this and creates success from it as well. He's built Founder into a global brand. As we know now, we've helped thousands of entrepreneurs scale their businesses to be truly successful. And we know that he's interviewed over 100 billionaires. So what he's done is he's gathered all of that knowledge from some of the world's most successful entrepreneurs over time, and he's started to identify themes. And he's noticed that the biggest difference between those who struggle and those who actually win, right? So those who struggle and those who actually build a really successful e-commerce brand, much like the ones that come out of our coaching program, is that they follow a system. So there's a few things. They follow a system and a roadmap. They surround themselves with people that can help them get there. And they also have the right mindset and the right approach, knowing that they can't do it alone. So he's gathered all of these years and years of knowledge of interviewing over 100 billionaires, some of the world's leading entrepreneurs and business owners, and he's worked out some themes around how they think, how they strategize, how they execute, and how they ultimately succeed in e-commerce. So Nathan's going to share with us now the $1 million mindset, how the best entrepreneurs think, execute, and win. So let's welcome back to the stage, Nathan Chan.
Wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow, tell them just turn me up loud. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. 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 Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Looking at me, yeah.
Thank you so much, Leah. All right, guys, can you hear my voice? It is getting a little better. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's a little less croaky as the day is going on. But I wanted to check in. How are you guys finding day 3? Did you get a lot from the interview with the factory boss? Did you learn a lot from Adam's session, one of our coaches, one of our e-commerce coaching program coaches? I want to check in. Type in the chat. I would love to hear. And thank you so much for the kind introduction, Leah. So as Leah mentioned, I've had the privilege of really kind of seeing what it takes to succeed in e-commerce, not only from, super successful founders at the very end of their journey, selling their company for hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions, all the way to seeing somebody that has an idea and they've come to us, just like Michael with Breath Sleep Tape. He had an idea with this incredible product and he went through our unique process and our 5-phase system. And now it's a successful brand and he's working on it full time. So I've seen the whole journey. And I hope now you guys are really starting to learn about product selection, why that's so important, sourcing, why it's so important, branding, why it's so important. But here's the truth. None of it's going to matter if you don't execute properly. And from being on both sides of the table, starting my own e-commerce brand, helping tens of thousands of people start and grow their own e-commerce brands, and then also interviewing successful founders that have grown their e-commerce brands, they all have one thing in common. And it's that they think and execute differently. So on our final day together, I really want to give you that final piece of the puzzle and show you how to apply everything you've learned to really build a real business and to make 2026 your best year yet. And of course, we would love to help you. And, you know, it's pretty obvious, right? Like if you have a coach, you're going to get there faster. It's pretty obvious, right? If you invest in yourself and you're held accountable, you're going to get there faster, right? Type yes in the chat. Like if you want to if you want to get really great results at the gym, what do? Like you get a personal trainer. That's why we have our one-on-one coaching program. But this is the final piece of the puzzle, guys. If you guys are ready to move fast and execute, I really want to go through this because it's going to be really helpful. So I'm going to pull up my slides right now. So what is the biggest lie in entrepreneurship? And that is that you need $1 million idea to build a $1 million business. Because here's the thing, right? Ideas are absolutely worthless without the right mindset. Success doesn't come from just an idea. And that's why, you know, I said yesterday in our VIP session, you know, one of the best things you can do is not worry. Yes, we want to make sure we protect our idea, but it's not the biggest thing we should be worried about. We should be worried about execution. Because success doesn't come from just an idea. It comes from following a proven system, fast action, and expert guidance, having the right mindset to stay in the game. Because there's going to be stumbling blocks. There's going to be things that just get in your way, but you need to keep going. And this is the thing, right, guys? The right product and supplier are just the beginning. Real success comes from a proven system and expert guidance. So, is anyone a fan of Tony Robbins? Type in the chat. Do you guys know who that is? Tony Robbins. Anyone like him? Anyone been to a Tony Robbins event? I've had the privilege of interviewing Tony 2 times. 2 times. And there was one thing that he shared with me that really touched me. And sometimes it's the simple things, but I'll never forget it. And he said, Nathan, the growth of your business is directly proportional to your own personal growth. I'm going to say that again. The growth of your business is directly in proportion to your own personal growth. So the more that you invest in yourself, the fact that you guys are here on this summit right now, investing in your own personal growth and leveling up as a founder, it's going to have a direct proportion on the growth of your business. Now, I know that sounds obvious, but sometimes it's just so easy to forget. And if you want to go faster, that's why we have our one-on-one coaching program. And, you know, after this summit, there's kind of really 2 decisions you need to make. Because who has ever made bad decisions? You know, you shouldn't have gone on that date with that guy or that girl. Or, you know, I got this tip on the stock market. Somebody gave me this really good tip or this crypto coin. Yeah. You know, don't know anything about it, but I heard it's really hot. So I'm going to put, you know, $1,000, $2,000 in this thing. So who here has ever made bad decisions? Because we all have, right? We all have. I have. Many of us have. And from my experience, you need 2 things to make good decisions. The first thing is you need information, right? And you guys are here. This is really, really important that you guys are here. You're learning around how to source your product, grow your brand, work with manufacturers, all that good stuff, right? But you just need enough information. Because if you want to go to get Chinese food, right? You fancy Chinese food in your local area, you go to Google, you type in your local area, Chinese food, and you might look at reviews. But if you get 500 reviews, you're like, yep, that would be enough, right? Like that, this place is awesome. And you start to read like maybe 5 of those reviews, but you don't need to read all 500, right? Because if you did read all 500 of those reviews for that Chinese restaurant, it's information overload and it's too much information. And it's what will lead to what we call analysis paralysis. And this is what you guys have to be careful of. For those of you that have come to every day or even just one day, we've shared with you guys like 12 hours of information. But here's the thing. This can really hold you guys up. And this is a mindset thing, right? And it's sometimes what happens is we just keep getting more and more information. We get on this hamster wheel because it feels good and it feels like we're making progress, but we're actually not. And we get caught in this cycle. Are you guys with me? Are you guys following? Like, type yes in the chat. Like, does this make sense? Is this resonating with you where you just go from, getting more information, it feels good, and I'm just going to keep doing that, and you get stuck in this cycle. And before you know, you've been researching this thing, this business that you're going to build, or helping with your supplier, ordering stock, or something along those lines. And before you know it, you haven't taken any action, and you don't realize it. But this is the second thing that you need, is courage. You need to make that decision and just go for it. Because if you don't make that decision and have the courage to go for it, it doesn't matter how much information you get, even if it is the right amount and you're not overloading yourself, you need to have the courage to move forward. You need to have, ideally, someone to push you and have that accountability. That's why we have our one-on-one coaching program. But even without us, you need the courage to move forward. Now, I'll give you an example, right? Over these, let's just say, I'll give you an example. Let's just say you want to go to Fiji. Now, in order for you to go to Fiji, there's probably only 5 things that you need to know before you go. Do you need a visa? Do I need to know if my passport is valid? Is it up to date? What dates am I going? Because of the weather. I need to know what plane I'm going to catch, right? I need to know what plane I'm going to catch. And that's, my flight details. And that's probably about it, right? Visa, yes or no. Passport, where am I going? Because of the weather. Where's my hotel? And that's it. I'm good. And the flight. That's it. I don't need to know, what meal I'm getting. I don't need to know whether I'm catching an Uber or a taxi. I don't need to know whether they've got toiletries. I don't need to know all these other little minutiae, right? And when it comes to sourcing your product, it's the same thing. We are giving you enough information. All of these big pieces of the puzzle will fall into place. And I don't want you guys to get caught up in analysis paralysis, because the most successful founders, they have the courage. They move forward. Because correct me if I'm wrong, guys, you guys are probably fed up with pleasing other people. And you are here because you want to make a change. Type change in the chat if you guys want to make a change, because if you do, you are in the right place. So feel the fear and do it anyways. This is so important. And the most successful founders, they execute because they're not afraid. So when I started Founder, I'm going to give you an example, because I was afraid, right? I didn't know anything about apps. I didn't know anything about design or editorial or magazine or publishing or entrepreneurship. And there was a big part of me that there's no way I thought I would be standing here speaking to you guys right now. And here's the thing. I didn't believe in myself so much that when I first launched Founder, I was still applying for jobs and doing all sorts of things because I just didn't see it. I remember people even telling me, like, man, one day you're going to have employees. And I'm like, no way. Even when I was running Founder for like 6 months, I was like, no way. Like, that's where my mindset was at. And this is the first edition of the magazine. Literally, we didn't even have like a famous person on the front cover of the magazine. And that was because no one would get back to me. And on the first day we launched, we made $5.50. So you can see, this is how long Founder has been around for. Truthfully, this is how long we've been around for. We've been around for a long time. I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, geez, this business, I've been building Founder for like almost like, it's like, it'll come on like 15 years. That's crazy. This business has been around for a long time, helping people start and grow businesses. And we've really been focused in the e-commerce space literally the past 7, 8, 9 years, close to a decade. And this, I remember I was even afraid to promote the magazine. I went back and I found these Facebook, posts. I was afraid. So the reason I'm sharing this with you guys is because I've been there. I can relate. I know how scary it is, but you have to have the courage to move forward. And as you guys know, along the way, who would have thought? I've interviewed some of the greatest entrepreneurs in the world. And there's one thing that is synonymous in every single one of these guys' stories. And that is growth comes from struggle. It's going to be tough. There's going to be times we think about giving up. And when I interviewed Scooter Braun, anyone know who Scooter Braun is? When I interviewed Scooter Braun, he said to me, every entrepreneur goes through extreme struggles. It's a rite of passage, no matter how successful they look from the other side. Greta. Does anyone know who Greta is? Greta, she was one of our first instructors on the Founder Plus platform. And she ordered $1.3 million USD in tea from China. And when it arrived, it had metal bolts and screws in it. It cost her $15,000 just to dispose of it. Isn't that crazy? Absolutely crazy. This is a photo of me. This isn't a photo of me. This is a photo you see here on the screen of one of the most scariest days of my life, getting this package in the mail. I was a few months into starting Founder, and I got this FedEx package in the mail, and it said I needed to appear in court in Dallas, Texas in the next few months. And as you can see, I'll show you guys in a second, the magazine used to be called not Founder. It was called Key to Success. And after starting Founder, I got this package in the mail and I was being sued for trademark infringement. And long story short, I ended up having to change the name of the magazine. And I thought I was going to go bankrupt. I was so scared. It was crazy. But you know what? It was a blessing in disguise. Look at the screen here, guys. Right? That was the first edition of the magazine. And literally a few months later, I got an interview with Richard Branson. And everything changed. And that brings me to my next piece that I've learned from a lot of successful founders. And that is, you've got to experience the struggle. You've got to feel that pain. But you've got to reflect on it and take those lessons, right? Pain plus reflection equals progress. This is what Ray Dalio taught me. Ray Dalio, does anyone know who Ray Dalio is? Type in the chat. Ray Dalio is an incredible founder. He started one of the most successful hedge funds in the world. He wrote some incredible books. And he taught me that, one of the most profound things you can do as a founder is experience the pain and learn from it. When we face adversity, that's when we unlock opportunities to learn and grow, right? Because remember what Tony Robbins said, the speed in which your business grows is in direct proportion to the speed of your own personal development. There's something else I learned. It's not what, but who. It's not what, but who. So one of my old mentors, I used to pay him $5,000 a month. So 180,000. Yeah. I paid him, $5,000 a month for coaching. So that was about 70. What's that? 5 times 10, 50, 60. Yeah, you just pay him about 60 grand a year for one-on-one coaching. So I paid him about 60 grand a year. And one of the best things he taught me was it's not what, but who. He said, Nathan, one of the best things you can do is it's not what, but who. It's not about how do I solve this problem? It's who solved this problem and how can I learn from them? And that's another reason why our e-commerce one-on-one coaching program exists. There's literally nothing else like it in the world where you get access to the level of founders that we give you access to. You can work with them one-on-one. They are real e-commerce founders. You get coached by them, mentored by them, and they're all building actively in the game, running multiple 6, 7, or 8-figure businesses, right? It's not what, but who. What is the thing holding you back? Learn from them, test it, get the result. Another thing I also learned on my journey is from Arianna Huffington. Success is not about working 24/7. It's about prioritizing well-being because you can't truly thrive if you're running on empty. And, I've experienced burnout, all sorts of things. And after experiencing burnout, I realized, yes, building a business, being obsessed, all these different things is important. But at the end of the day, the relationships the relationships that matter are the ones that you have with your friends and your family. And if you have a successful business, but no relationship with your friends or family, it doesn't mean anything. And so I don't prescribe to working yourself into the ground. I do believe that to build your business, you need to work really hard. And there'll be some late nights and early mornings, don't get me wrong, to get it up and going. But it shouldn't be at the sacrifice of your health or mental health. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. And I wholeheartedly disagree with hustle porn and all that crap. Because really, building a business, the reason we do this is because we want 3 kinds of freedom. We want freedom, guys. Does anyone resonate with this? Type in the chat. We want freedom. And there's 3 types of freedom. Does anyone know what those 3 types of freedom are? Type in the chat. Time freedom, financial freedom, and a life of meaning. If you've got all 3, you've absolutely hit the jackpot. If you've got incredible relationships with your friends and family, you're winning in life, right? And that's what's really powerful when you build a successful e-commerce brand. I'm going to show you some more stories in a second. But this is one of my favorite slides of my presentation today because it really sums up where some of you might just be right now. You might be so close to the level of success and just, a couple of things that we could help you with one-on-one, just a couple of things that we could just tweak with your product, with your manufacturing, with your marketing, helping you get there. You'd hit the pay dirt. You might be just closer than you think. And that's why Founder exists. We're here to help serve you. Now, we've put on a ton of free information and you guys are getting a ton of gold. This is just a taste. We hope that you're getting so much from this summit that you're like, wow, okay, these guys know this stuff. Because so many of our students, no one has as many successful students as us. You know, Leah's gone through this, but you know, what's really cool is when you take that leap of faith, when you just invest in yourself, what can happen? And as I shared with you guys, this was my $1 million business, my $1 million store. This is how we built the blueprints for Founder, our system, our 5-phase system. And all of our students have followed our system. They've had that accountability. And it's crazy. These are some of the products that they're launching, like wool fedoras, ball wash. Now, that company's now sold. I should have invested in that company. I never forget. I got to pull up that screenshot. Adam Hendel, he emailed me and was like, Nathan, I'm looking for investors for ball wash. It's doing really well. Would you be interested? And I didn't go for it. And then he sold that company. He sold it for tens of millions of dollars. It was silly. One of our students. Eventually, I'm going to launch a fund one day. One of my dreams is to launch a fund where we, you know, certain students, we can help them grow, and we invest in their business. One day. Don't do that now, but one day. Foam roller bottles, gut health supplements. Look at how much these people are making from these weird products. Sea Cumber collage. Crazy, right? Samantha Brett, I see her products in Mecca. She created Australia's #1 SPF skincare brand. She made $100,000 in 4 weeks. Adam Hendel, I talked to you about Adam Hendel. He took his brand, scaled it, was doing over $1 million a year in 7 months. Rena and Flo, we interviewed them on our YouTube channel. You got to check that one out. They did 25K in 2.5 weeks from launch. Connie, she created her own fashion brand, unisex swimwear brand. She made $27,000 in just 3 months, sold out her entire range. Michael Forshaw, I've talked about him already. What's really cool about him is he launched so fast. Like imagine 10 weeks from now, you've launched your product. Labrina Shamsi, she got a 6-figure brand, Spice Wheel. So, my last story for you guys. See this guy here circled on the right? I met him on a tour around South America. And I didn't really want to share what I did on that tour, but I ended up doing that after we got a photo, that photo at the bottom left. And anyways, after, you know, we all went home, you become friends on a tour and whatever, I found out that he signed up to Founder Plus in our coaching program. And he's a random guy that I met in South America, signed up to our platform. And he built a super successful e-commerce brand, Wolf Workwear. You know, he generated $12,000 in 10 weeks. He's got a super successful brand now, doing like $20,000, $30,000 a month since I last spoke with him. And, you know, most e-commerce founders just try and wing it. They make costly mistakes. They get stuck. They lose momentum. But the brands that win, they have mentorship. They have guidance. They have accountability. And they follow a proven system that works. And that's why most founders struggle. Because let's be real. Like, the common struggles you're going to find is you find a great product, but you struggle to get sales. You launch, but your ads don't convert. You get initial traction, but you have supply issues or poor margins. And most founders, unfortunately, they try and fix these problems alone. They try and figure it out. Watch YouTube videos. This is why our program exists. Now, I've talked to you guys about our program for the past couple of days. We will be closing applications to take enrollments, and all the bonuses will be gone as well after the end of today's summit. So, a few questions people had about the program, how it works. I'm going to talk you guys through it one last time before we close off everything. Okay, so if you're even thinking about it just a little bit, I encourage you to book a call. So here's what is included. You get personalized coaching, one-on-one sessions, unlimited support via direct message, basically small group coaching 5 times a week where you can join these sessions, community support, and all the resources you need, all the resources, training, and it's all backed by our system. So if you take a look at this photo, this is basically how it works. This photo, I want you to imagine this explains our e-commerce coaching program. So at the head of the table is the most important person in your business, and that is you. You're the head person, the CEO of the business, and around those empty chairs actually get filled by our team, our coaching program advisors and coaches who are there to hold your hand and guide you every step of the way. All the profits, all the spoils, all the victory goes to you. And we're the guides on the journey, but you are the hero. So we provide calls to you every single week. So for 6 months on Zoom, just like a call like this, right? But it's just you. And except instead of a big group of people, it'll be one-on-one. And then we have group coaching calls where it's a maximum of 10 people. And, our success team, our coaches, our small intimate groups, we cover everything you need. We tailor it to you. But typically it starts with product selection, then moves on to branding, packaging design, sourcing, manufacturing, placing your orders, getting your Shopify store set up, creating content for your brand, and so much more. So let me go through that in details. So pretty much this is the coaching roadmap that you will follow. So depending on where you're at, we will have a bespoke approach, and our coaching program is very bespoke. We'll custom tailor it to where you're at, following our unique 5-phase system. So this is our e-commerce success path, where it takes you, it's got all the steps that you need to follow to go from zero to building $1 million store. And we've got 5 phases: find, create, launch, grow, optimize, and scale. And, if you're just starting out, this is what a month could look like, right? Your first month, finalize your product idea. These are things we'll work through. Researching your competitors, make sure you're validating your product, coming up with ideas, getting all that out of the way. Month number 2 is shaping up your brand, getting your store set up, determining your pricing strategy, making sure your product is commercially viable once it's validated. Then month number 3, working through your orders, working with your suppliers, getting your packaging, all of that good stuff set up, your branding, your unique branding ID. Then we go through month 4, setting up your marketing strategies, building your wait list to build anticipation. You've placed your order, starting to grow your social media community, creating content, working with influencers. Month number 5, photography, photo shoots, setting up logistics, testing content on socials, getting your ads going, getting your launch calendar going, getting your email flow set up, and then launching your brand, right? Launching a brand, if not, and some people go faster, right? Some people go faster. Some people's month 6 is month 3. It just depends on where you're at. But the goal here is to get you launched, get you going, get you scaling. So if you're closer to launch, then we keep moving you through this pathway. And this is how we support you to achieve those goals. You get one-on-one coaching with the multiple 6, 7, or 8-figure founder. We have office hour group coaching calls, maximum 7 to 10 people. What's working right now, group coaching sessions, private community, all the tools and resources. And if you've already launched and you have trouble scaling, we can help you there too, because we've got all of these other parts in our e-commerce success pathway 5-phase system on growing, optimizing, and scaling. Okay. So we have the one-on-one calls, we have the group coaching sessions. So if you've already launched, you would want to come to some of these kinds of sessions around scaling, around Facebook ads. I might show you guys these sessions a bit later for those of you in the VIP, but we have sessions on scaling. We have sessions on Facebook ads, running your Facebook ads. We have sessions also on optimizing your store. We'll help you scale. And we have coaches that help you scale as well. And we've got the proven frameworks and blueprints as well, tools and templates, launch checklists, influencer outreach templates, branding identity templates, ad copy and creative frameworks. We give you high converting email flows for those of you that have already launched. And then you get access to all the tools and training you need. So what's also really cool is you get to do calls with me. I'm helping coaching you. I'm helping as many of our students as I can succeed. I don't do one-on-one coaching though. I just can't. And to be honest, I charge $4,000 an hour, right? So I know for some people like, oh, this program's so expensive. So well, if you actually worked with certain founders at the level that you're actually working at, it's actually really cheap. It's actually really cost affordable for 6 months. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And most successful students, they just are like, oh my God, I get it. Once they get it, they just go in and milk all the sessions. You could go to so many sessions and just make the most of the program. It's crazy. So we're looking for people that are excited by what they've learnt. They're looking to, build product-based brands. That's important. And you're tenacious, you're open-minded, you're going to listen to our advice, you're going to take action. But most importantly, you're coachable. You're not looking to reinvent the wheel. You just want to follow a proven process. What's working right now for us, our successful students, and they'll be very excited to have read your application. So, guys, now's the time to apply. We'll be closing off applications at the end of this summit. We have coaches in all sorts of niches and markets. I'll get the team to type the link in the chat on how to apply. But just remember, we will match you with a coach. So there's no, I saw in the chat, this comparing another program. I know that program. They've actually reached out to us before. Their program is basically a glorified MBA. It's not tailored for e-commerce at whatsoever, and there is no one-on-one coaching at all. And these guys don't know e-commerce. Imagine getting matched with a coach that is in your niche or market. Like, we had a student enroll yesterday, and she's like got a fashion brand, and we're going to match her with a coach in the fashion space and following our proven framework. So here's an example of some of our coaches, right? Like this is Christy. She's had a successful exit. She's launched Australia's first ingestible beauty brand, and her product is stocked in Mecca, like in retail, major retailers, and it's an incredible brand. You should check it out. Right, this is Owen. He really specializes in conversion rate optimization, but he started an amazing, amazing brand with his wife, which he exited. And now he's really strong in brand growth, expansion, biopsychology, optimizing your website. He helped one of our students who has a multi-7-figure year brand almost double their conversion rate. So if you do the math on that, there's a student that's enrolled in our e-commerce coaching program and makes an extra $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a month from just working with us. So we definitely help founders that already have brands too. This is Jackie. You guys, for those of you that were here for day one, you saw Jackie. She's incredible. She runs Jackie Mac Designs. Her products are worn by Bella Hadid, Rita Ora, Jessica Alba, Rosie Huntington Whitley. Her products are stocked in Bloomingdale's, Free People, Revolve. This is excuse me. This is Anthony Lazaris. He co-founded a company called Happy Nuts and also Happy Curves. He's killing it on Amazon. He's got an incredible brand. He does over 8 figures a year with his brand. This is Tess Newen. You're going to see her session today, but she's Forbes 30 under 30. She took her brand from $15,000 to $2 million. She actually bought this brand for $15,000, which is crazy. She's amazing. So a few important words on the application process, guys. So the link is dropped in the chat now. Basically how it works is you have a QR code which you can scan. So just pull out your phone, scan the QR code, or go to founder.com/apply. And what happens is there's a few questions that you need to answer. Once you've opened up that link, you go to the page, you click on the Get Started button, and it's going to take you to a page where you're going to be asked a few questions about yourself. It typically takes like 2 minutes to fill out the application, depending on how long you take to answer the questions. There's a few different questions there. And pretty much from there, you will be able to, if you're the right fit just through the application page, then basically you'll be able to schedule a call with a one-on-one call with one of our advisors. It's, a customized call, uniquely tailored to your situation. We'll identify the pain points that are stopping you from progressing, how to overcome them. And then if it makes sense that it's a fit for you and it's a fit for us, then we can get you started. We can get you ready for 2026. So just go to founder.com/apply. This is what the application form looks like. And go ahead, do that, and you get a big tick. That's it. So I want to open up the floor to questions. Do you guys have any questions about the program? Type in the chat. I'm here to answer them. And we'll be able to also go through a few questions that I know often come up. So one of the first ones is, what if I'm a beginner? I don't have a product. If you're just starting, this is the best time to get the right guidance. Most founders, waste months or years picking the right product. So if you already have a product, we will help you scale. Can I join the coaching program later? Yes, you can start. So if you wanted to start and you wanted to start for January, you can join the program now, and we'll be able to get you ready to ramp up. And I'm happy anyone that joins the program now and they want to start in January, because it's the silly season, because we really want to work out things, get your orders in before Chinese New Year. Basically, if you want to start in January, I'm happy to get you started. You enroll in the program now. We're happy to give you a few weeks for free group coaching before you actually start, and you can just get going. Just when you speak to one of our growth advisors, you can say, Nathan promised me this. That's fine. How do I know this will work for me? Well, our program is built on proven principles that we've used. It's been battle tested across so many students. We have so many case studies, and it's built by the brand that I built and sold and exited. So pretty much we're not teaching random tactics or trends. This is a step-by-step system, and it works in any niche, whether you're in fashion or home goods, it doesn't matter. Many of our students come from many different niches and markets and get incredible results. This program isn't run by theorists. Like, it's not a university degree. We're actually doing it. All of our coaches are hands-on. They're in their business, in the trenches every day. We have so many case studies. It's crazy in so many different industries and markets. We've shown you guys a lot of them already. Another question that's come up is, what if my brand is already launched? So many founders that join us are stuck. We're trying to get more sales, trying to work out how to scale. So if you're making sales, but you're struggling with ads, suppliers, consistent growth, then this program will take you through phases 4 and 5, which is our optimized growth and scale phases in our system. So we've helped many founders go from a few $1,000s a month to tens of thousands of dollars per month, 6 figures per month, 7 figures per month. How is this different from any course? Well, courses give you information, and coaching gives you step-by-step roadmap, guidance, mentorship, direct feedback. That's the biggest difference. Do you get to choose your coach? Yes, you do get to choose your coach, and you get to work one-on-one with them. However, it depends on availability, right? It depends on availability. And when you book your call, when you enroll, you book what we call a concierge call, and one of our client success managers and specialists will be able to help you find the right coach and recommend the right coach. But yes, you do get to choose your own coach, but not all the coaches are available one-on-one. It just depends, because they all have their own businesses. So that's really important. Is this worth it? Well, I think one of the biggest mistakes that founders make is, I'll just figure it out on my own. But there is a massive cost. Like, Michael said, it's invaluable. There's such a large cost of doing things the wrong way without getting expert help. Like so many students, unfortunately, they come to us and they've already said, "Oh, Nathan, I've just spent 20 grand on my website from a web developer." And I'm like, "Oh no, oh Nathan, I've just spent $10,000 with a PR firm. And I've just signed up to a marketing agency and they've locked me in on a 3-month minimum contract." I'm like, "Oh my God." And before they know it, they've spent like 30 grand or 50 grand. And like, if we could have helped them, like one supplier mistake could cost you $10,000. So really, like, there are so many things that we can help you avoid. So you actually save money. It's kind of crazy. How much time do you need to invest in the program? You need we recommend at minimum, at least 5 hours a week, at least, but ideally 7 to 10. Am I too old to join the coaching program? No, we have so many different founders that are looking to transition their corporate career. They've perhaps been in corporate for 20 plus years. So no, not at all. Even 30 plus years in corporate. So no, not at all. You don't need to worry. We've got your back. If you enroll in this program, we will go all in. Our coaches, our team, we have got you. We will guide you. If you're already a member of Founder Plus, there's no other membership like it in the world. However, that's more do it yourself. We often refer to a lot of modules in the coaching program because it shows all of our methods and our systems. But pretty much, if you're a member, we might be able to look after you. Just as long as you're an annual member, just let our growth advisors know. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a supportive partner behind me. Pretty much, this is a serious one. Look, it's important that you're supported by your partner because the truth is, this is a marriage. This is an intensive marriage for 6 months. And we're going to work with you. And it's important you have someone behind you. So what I will say is if you're unsure, bring your partner on the call. That's very, very important. Bring your partner on the call. And we're here to answer any questions that you have to make sure it's the right fit. I've shared with you how the program works in linear fashion, but it's bespoke following our 5-phase system that we've got 5 phases: find, create, launch, grow and optimize, and scale. Depending on where you're at, we will help you move through the process in linear fashion. We've even broken down all the steps. The last one is, what if I'm afraid of being accepted? This is the last question. Look, it's kind of crazy. Sometimes people are just like, "Oh, nah, I'm just going to try to do it myself," or "I'm not," and they're like, "I don't want to put my hat in the ring." I would encourage you, just put your hat in the ring. You never know where you might end up. There are so many successful students that were just like kind of like thinking about, not sure, and it changed the trajectory of their life and their business. So this is the roadmap. We've got a clear roadmap, help you every step of the way. So you can go and apply now, pull out your phone, scan the QR code, go to founder.com/apply. If you haven't booked your call yet, we've been here for three days. We'll be closing applications, closing off all the bonuses. I just can't stress this enough. Just if you're thinking about it, I've been in your shoes, just book the call. Now, I've got one last story for you. So we had a student that joined with 0 experience, never launched anything, spent years watching everyone else win, and they have an amazing story. Her name's Lily Lou. So let me tell you about Lily. So earlier this year, Lily was on one of our live events in a similar situation to you guys, right? She'd been burned before, tried launching something that flopped. She didn't believe she had what it took, wasn't too sure about this program. It was like, "Oh, it seems a bit too much. I'm not sure." But she took a leap of faith and she signed up to our coaching program. She shared her idea with us. We gave her feedback. And guess what? She launched her product with just one TikTok video and sold out in an hour. And that's what belief looks like. That's what this system does. We've helped thousands of people just like you start and grow their e-commerce brands. So if Lily can do it, so can you. and she's created an incredible brand, super clever. It's a pet hair resistant loungewear idea. Zero confidence that it would work. She made $6,000 in sales. So we really helped her work out her product, validate it, get it out there, negotiate an MOQ, set up her funnel, set up her website, get her website optimized. So guys, this is the final day, not figuratively, literally. I can't stress this enough. So applications are closing. We're going to move to a timer now. But if you want to make 2026 your best year yet, even if there's a 1% chance that this program could help you, please just apply. All right, let's move to the timer. Thank you again, guys. I'll speak to you soon.
Try something new. Shout out to me, shout out to you. But first things first, we gon' set the mood. Cause every day's a vibe, do you feel it? Ooh, so fresh, don't you see the kicks? I used to dream about days like this. Every day feeling like it's summer. I knew one day that I would come up. I feel it coming my way. And I know it's gon' stay. Cause I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey now, hey now. I'm living a big dream based on a big screen. Just bought a new suit. Ooh, that boy clean. Bada boom, bada bing. You talking to me? Yeah, you know that I'm king. Yeah, now I can see my name in lights, made my way through darkness. Now I'm shining bright. I'm sitting on this gold like Sparrow. Every day getting that dinero. Let's go. I feel it coming my way. And I know it's gon' stay. Cause I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey now, hey now. And I'ma do it like this, do it like that, do it like this, oh yeah. I'ma have a good time, live my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'ma do it like this, do it like that, do it like this, oh yeah. I'ma have a good time, live my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cause I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. I'm just here to have a good time. I'm just here to live a good life. Tell me if you with it. Alright. Tell me if you with it. Alright. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey now, hey now. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey now, hey now.
Living in a daydream. Ooh, it's such a sweet thing. Life on the big screen. It's such a beautiful scene, yeah. Living in a daydream. Ooh, it's such a sweet thing. Life on the big screen. It's such a beautiful scene, yeah. Meet me on the rooftop. Now pass me the ox on the jukebox. Man, we can make a bop like Hanson. Try to throw a party in the mansion. Strolling through the sky. I'm daydreaming all the time. Throw your caution to the wind. This is where it all begins, yeah. I'm over the moon, and that's where I'm taking you to. Feel like it's Christmas in June. Celebrate everything new. Waiting on on me, but I'm hitting the snooze. I'm floating on top in this hot air balloon. Won't you come to my world where I'm making the rules? Yeah, it's pretty magical. Living in a daydream. Ooh, it's such a sweet thing. Sweet thing. Life on the big screen. It's such a beautiful thing.
I'ma bring it back, like turn up the track, like let the bass drop. I'm living this life right, forget about the past life. Let me get jiggy, dog. We so litty, dog. We so.
There we go. I hope everyone is feeling good, feeling energized after that little break of ours. Make sure that you've applied for the e-commerce coaching program. Book in a call, have the conversation with the team at Founder. And now let's get ready for our next speaker. So he is an absolute game changer in e-commerce and supply chain innovation. His name is Daniel Dallin. And at just 26 years old, he has absolutely cracked the code on sourcing, logistics, and fulfillment. And so Daniel is helping brands with streamlining their operations so that they can scale really efficiently. He's the CEO and founder of Ecomflow. And this is a startup that transforms how e-commerce brands manage their supply chains. So we said today was focused on scaling, and we are in good hands. A bit about Daniel's expertise. I want to share some stats with you guys. So over 80,000 YouTube subscribers. He's gained 500 to 1,000 new followers each day. Like, this is how rapidly his audience is growing. Like I said, he's the founder of Ecomflow, solving fulfillment bottlenecks for e-commerce brands. So that's really what he's helping people with day in and day out. Now, Daniel also runs a packaging factory in China. So he works directly with global businesses, and he does a lot of sharing behind the scenes on sourcing, logistics, and generally how brands grow in the e-commerce space. So Daniel Dallin is going to be sharing with us e-commerce sourcing secrets, basically how you can leverage China's strategies to elevate your own operations and fulfillment. So that gives you an idea of the speaker that we're about to hear from. Let's see some energy in the chat box. Let's give him a warm welcome. I'm going to hand over to Daniel Dallin.
Wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow, tell them just turn me up loud. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Wow. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow.
Today's presentation, I'm going to talk about how to leverage China strategies to elevate your fulfillment operations. Now, I am Daniel Dallin. I'm originally from the Netherlands, and I've been coming and working with China for well over 12 years. When I first came to China, I was about the age of 13 years old. And to this day, it keeps blowing my mind. I, over the last couple of years, have built a lot of software, both in European American market as well as the Asian market. And I am currently the CEO and co-founder at Ecomflow, which is a China-based 3PL, which is really leaning into one of the trends that I am going to share more with you on in today's presentation. So the three topics that I will shine some more light on is why we should study China and how China plays a very significant role in innovation worldwide, why your supply chain soon will become your competitor, and how there's a very significant increase of suppliers being able to reach the end consumers. And this is something that I've observed personally. And again, just want to put a little more emphasis on that. What I'm about to share with you really comes out of a place of being here on the ground in China, exactly as, you know, the time of this recording, I'm currently in China and I go there still quite a lot. Then the last one is the supply chain of the future, which is something that one of my businesses is also leaning into, which comes down to centralizing supply chain, consolidating production, fulfillment, reducing costs, and expanding globally while increasing efficiency, which is reshaping fulfillment strategies. So before we're going to talk about the present and everything that's going on here right now and how we can anticipate on this, I'm actually going to talk a little bit about the future. And as a lot of people, you know, I mean, no one can predict the future, but to some extent, I do feel like I can almost predict the future. And I'll explain to you why. Because as someone who's been coming to China for well over 12 years right now, I've been seeing a lot of patterns. And this for me has become such an obvious thing to use as guidance in certain decisions that I make when it comes to some of the businesses that I run, the decisions that I make within these businesses, and also direction that I take when running these businesses. And that all comes down to pattern recognition. So when I came to China for the first time, I was about, again, the age of 14, 15, like 12, 13 years old. But then around the age of 13, 14, I was walking on this market in Guilin, which is in the middle of nowhere in China. And there was this lady sitting on the floor and she was begging for money. And I told her in Chinese that I didn't have cash. And she told me that is absolutely no problem. I have a digital bank account. And she pulled out a QR code, leaving me no option to give her some money. This is just one of the things that I have seen in mid 2010, where QR codes were already mainstream and enabling basically payments anywhere at any time, simply through your phone. And this is just like one of the things that I've really seen as such a big thing that essentially allowed homeless people to get access to digital infrastructure by using apps such as WeChat or QR payments, which already happened in 2010. Now, if you were to then look at the West, this only started to, be adopted around, I would say, 2019, 2020. Around that time, it started to slowly become a thing. And then also because of different events in the world, QR codes for restaurants, event check-ins, and all of that, were started to use a lot more. Then the next one is going cashless. China, since 2015, 2017, has pretty much been cashless because they're so reliant on all of this digital infrastructure. In 2010, Alipay launched for the first time. And I would say by the time of the range 2015 to 2017, pretty much cash was gone. All payments were digital. Things that we're using in the US, such as Venmo, were already a thing there. And that just all integrates within, the next topic, which is a super app. And this is something that, is especially from someone who's spent a lot of time here, who's been in tech. It's a very, very, very interesting thing that is happening right now, where you see world leaders just simply replicating the model that the company Tencent, which is behind WeChat, has used to almost, I wouldn't say gain control, but to really just roll out a super app, because the significance of the amount of users of an app like WeChat in comparison to what we consider super apps like Instagram or Twitter is a pretty big gap. And I think in general, the fact that, again, there's a pattern that is being recognized and that is repeating itself on the other side of the world is something that again, allows us to anticipate on what is happening. Short form content is also a very big one. For those that don't know, Douyin, which is the company TikTok, ByteDance, comes from China. This all originated in China. Companies such as Little Red Book, Xiaohongshu, better said in Chinese, they're all from here. And I've observed the trend of short form content being coming up in China and then slowly just making its way towards the West. Like I've seen that happen, which again is just another pattern to be recognized and things to learn from that we can anticipate on as business owners. Something else that is a pretty big thing in China, which I know a lot of people from overseas also consider a pretty scary thing, and there's this thing called social credit. But if you really think about it, this concept replicates into a lot of the apps that we use on a day-to-day basis. You're not really able to use Uber a lot if you've got a lot of negative reviews, which goes both ways, also for your driver, as well as rent Airbnbs of guests if you were to, have trashed one of the Airbnbs, or LinkedIn, where people leave recommendations of someone having a certain skill set or being qualified to do something, So it's, again, just patterns that repeat themselves and come to fruition a lot later in different markets that I have observed here in China. Facial recognition is also something that, again, it's like a pretty scary thing, but currently the West is adopting this technology almost everywhere, from airport security to phone verification, and just surveillance in general. Then also one thing that is really, really up and coming is instant commerce. And there's actually, especially around Asia and different countries, in China, Meituan, and other delivery services have been very big, where essentially you order something and it's in your house within 30 minutes. This is something that is also happening a lot in the United Emirates. Amazon is slowly in the US working towards, and already has a lot of services that are same day delivery, which is just all becoming instant. Now, that having said all of these patterns, what are some of the patterns that we currently should pay attention to? And based on my observation and someone who's actually anticipating on a lot of these trends and really have them drive my decision making within business, the number one thing that I want to talk about is live shopping. I firmly see live shopping become the next big thing, and I do really see a lot of brands already starting to adopt this. To give you an example, there's a Chinese company, they're called the Lipstick Brothers. It's two brothers and they sell lipstick. Pretty obvious. They ended up doing more than $1 billion US. I think it was 1.2 billion US dollars in one live sale in revenue. This is a Chinese-based company. You can Google this and read more about it, but it really shows the actual power of live shopping. And again, it's a pattern that I'm seeing that is growing right now in China itself here, and I know that this is going to repeat itself in the West. Now, I walked into this Nike store yesterday, and there was even a specific corner or booth where there was a girl that was actually sharing like the products on a live stream and just actually selling live, which was just a really interesting observation that even in a physical space, they start to now adopt, literally live stream shopping. Super apps, this is something really that is also worth noting. I know for a fact that, someone, especially like Elon Musk specifically with X, is trying to replicate a lot of these strategies that Tencent and Alibaba have followed to build a super app, to basically have such immense amounts of data, and really give the user the option to have a lot of efficiency, which is ultimately a sacrifice of a lot of privacy. But I feel like we as a society have a long time ago chosen efficiency over privacy. But it's just a really interesting pattern to analyze, that a lot of these strategies are simply now just are being replicated within products such as X, where I don't think we're very far away from seeing payment integrations, or purchasing up different infrastructure like companies such as Venmo or whatever, to simply just bring this into one specific consolidated place. Now, the third one, this is something that I actually wrote down, and I was like, wow, that's a pretty cool term, and I've not seen that anywhere else. And that is integrated commerce. I see this as a very, very big thing where we can already slowly start to anticipate on. So Douyin, which is TikTok, and Xiaohongshu, which is Little Red Book, they're predicted to exceed $130 billion US in sales in 2025, which is this year. Now, what is Douyin and Xiaohongshu? It's basically the in-app function to purchase products within the apps itself. And that's why I called it integrated commerce, because you are scrolling through social media and you are consuming content, you resonate with certain stuff. And I'll give you some more examples that lay very close with me. I launched an eyewear brand, which all of my content is very organic. And I'll show how this ties into what I'm about to tell you right now, is that within consuming these different types of content, you're actually instantly able to purchase these specific products. So it's almost like, the consumption of content becomes pretty much blended into a shopping experience, because if you do resonate with the content or whatever is shown within the content, may that be whatever, this vest that I am wearing, you are able to then instantly purchase that within the app itself. And then the fourth one, which is centralized supply chain. This is something that one of my companies is also anticipating on, which is called Ecom Flow, which comes down to consolidating your supply chain into one place where you produce and you fulfill. And this is just bringing massive benefits, which a lot of the Chinese are using themselves, the Chinese manufacturers, which I'll also share some more on. So giving you these trends, giving you these insights, what does that mean? These patterns repeat. I've seen it over and over again, but what can we learn from this? Now, opportunity can be like impactful, or like you can actually utilize and have opportunity come to fruition when market timing and skills meet. Now, market timing is simply these trends arising. Skills is you being capable of making sure that you can implement things such as live shopping, or be the one who's going to spearhead integrated shopping and really lean into this and utilize that opportunity. So the goal here for me is really to just make you aware of these things and start, have you understand these patterns and potentially apply them to your business. Now, what does that look like? We have, even within, some of my companies, we have a lot of clients who build community around their brands, which can be done through information, which can be done through connection, which obviously translates into lots of different forms. It can be content, it can be an actual community where you get your community together. Brands like Represent are doing a really good job there, where they around community build their brand, and it almost becomes like another pillar that accelerates the brand in itself, where paid traffic is accelerated because of the actual organic connection that they have established with their community, So those are a lot of things that I've been seeing that are very impactful. Online communities as well, simply just sending out guides on how to use the product better or whatever, and then even host events or bring in like specific industry experts. Those are all just things that I'm seeing, become a big thing within the market. Integrated commerce, same thing. YouTube starts to display products below their actual videos, where you can directly purchase within YouTube, or just being redirected as of now. Instagram also has a shopping feature, which they've been playing around with. I don't know if you remember, but there was a time a couple years ago, I believe, where they implemented this new shopping feature, and everyone's like, oh, whatever, like this is a bit weird. I'm trying to be, they're trying to sell us stuff. Where I feel like, just taking you back one slide, that market timing was a little bit off, because they were actually really early with trying to adopt this into Instagram, but it was not necessarily something that may have been right. But I do really predict that these things come back. TikTok obviously is a big thing. We've got TikTok Shop right now, which is growing, which is a huge opportunity for a lot of people. We have clients that do a significant amount of volume on TikTok Shop already. And then, of course, we also have X, which is a platform that I really do anticipate on this, mainly because it really goes hand in hand with being a super app. Super app just allows you to do everything all in one. And obviously that's a very big thing, because you get so much data. Like, look at how impactful Meta is, and how many, it's the main acquisition channel for a lot of brands when they run paid strategies. And that's just because they have so much data, so they can have such accurate targeting. Next one, live shopping. So as I mentioned, I launched my eyewear brand, and I myself am continuously trying to anticipate on these trends, where we're partnering with different creators to do some of these live streams. I'm planning to do some of the live streams myself, just to really try out and see what this can do and mean for our brand. And giving you a handful of examples right now, am I giving you very direct strategy or saying like, hey, you should do this or that? I am not. And the reason for that is the goal here for me is really to just simply plant a seed. I am doing things right now that really came from a place of looking at these patterns and seeing what's going on, and then simply just trying and not being afraid to fail. Like, that is something that really has allowed me to have significant impact throughout my entire career, working with China, running brands, running companies in general. It's just really trying out these new things. So even when it comes to like live stream shopping or whatever, just try, because I know that there's going to be a point in time where you really will start to see a significant upside of you being an early adopter of some of these trends. And especially if you already have a business that is running and that is cash flow positive, you can take a little bit of risk just to implement these things. All right, so your supply chain will soon become your competitor. When you look at companies like Amazon, or take SpaceX as an example, these people at a point in time were like, okay, what's going to happen in 10 years? So if you were to ask me right now, what's going to happen in 10 years? I have walked into factories where next to that factory, there was an office. And I walked into the office to find out that the people I was visiting this factory with, which were clients, friends of mine, who have brands that do, $100 million plus a year, to simply find out that the office next to the factory is their biggest competitor, where there's a team of media buyers, there's a team of ad creatives, there's a team of researchers, there's a design team, there's a customer support team, right next to the factory. And when walking into this space, realizing that the client I was visiting this factory with, that we basically walked into their biggest competitor, their office, which is right next to the supplier, it was a pretty big light bulb moment, because it turned out that the supplier was the second biggest competitor. And if you were to ask me within 10 years from now, I really do see a lot of factories reach the end consumers directly, because AI is getting better and better. It's going to allow them to, create better customer facing experiences. And obviously they themselves, as the manufacturer, will have a lot of room in terms of margin, because you won't be able to beat the manufacturer in terms of base costs. So what does that mean? It means that there's going to be a lot of different competitors that are Chinese owned brands, and that there's going to be no more middleman. But what does that mean for us? Now, when I look at what I've been seeing and speaking to factory owners and obviously helping a lot of clients navigate around these things, I see a lot of opportunity partnering with your supplier, because if you do manage to get a good deal with your supplier and potentially even build a brand with your supplier, this is something that can be of extreme impact on both sides, where also obviously that partnership hopefully has a lot of longevity, simply because you're directly with the source. Now, something else that I've seen as well is that factories are interested in buying the brands of their clients, which is something that I would say it's common in the US. There are certain brands that I've been involved with where there's been conversations around the manufacturer that was not Chinese owned actually purchasing the brand. But for this to happen in China is a pretty interesting thing. And then the last one is build brands and not stores. The reason for this is because 10 years from now, when the barrier to enter the market with a very high quality product as well as experience for the consumer, stores will simply just not survive, because you won't be able to win from these suppliers. So building a brand that holds value, that has a story, and people resonate with more than just a product is something that is very, very important. And that's going to allow you to build a lot of equity value within the brand as well. And of course, make sure that you have longevity throughout the manufacturers actually reaching the end consumers directly. So for those that are here that are potentially still in the stages of drop shipping or validating products, it is really important to think this through, especially if this is a long-term project, for you to really start focusing on building proper brand value, again, to just anticipate on what is coming. So what does that mean? It means follow the Zhongguoren, which means follow the Chinese, because again, seeing all of these patterns just repeat itself and then come to reality again in the West is almost allowing you to really just predict the future and anticipate on these trends, which obviously will have a lot of upside for you as a business owner. So if you were to ask me, I would always bet on China. I've been around for too long here, and I've seen too much in pretty much every part of the world to see how big of an impact the country will have over the course of the coming years. Global manufacturing, about 30% is coming from China, making it the largest nation since 2010. They're the number one exporter, totaling 3 point something trillion. I think it's 3.2 or 3.3 trillion, which was in 2023. So this is probably going to be a lot higher. Over 70% of all the world's smartphones come from China. And also I do see China really disrupting the actual automobile industry with their electronic vehicles. Those are just a few things that I think are very, very significant. And based on my observation, the world is really trying to control and keep it small because of these things being inevitable. And keeping it in kind of line with this topic, and you listening to me as a founder active within the D2C space, these are just trends that are really important to observe on and that you can anticipate on, because there's so much opportunity to be found in these trends being rolled out. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about is the suppliers that do start these brands, or some of our clients are anticipating on this one trend, which is this concept of centralized fulfillment. And again, I just wanted to give a full disclosure. One of my companies is fully anticipating on this trend, which is Ecomflow, where we help brands to expand worldwide from the place where they produce. Now, the reason I'm sharing this is that this is something that the suppliers are massively adopting, because it's allowing them to expand to well over 100 markets overnight. And the reason why we rolled out this company is also to just expose all of the brand owners to this actual benefit, because the benefits that it brings and the amount of scale that it allows even some of these suppliers or brand owners to have is of such significance that it is just something to look into. It is just something that me as a founder of that company, obviously I stand behind the product, and anyone who would like to explore this and wants to have a talk to our team, anyone is welcome. But I'm not saying this because it is my company. I'm saying this because I have anticipated on a trend, on a pattern that I've recognized, that I've seen grow the way it is currently growing, and made a very big business decision and a career. I've taken a specific career path based on just all of the context that I've given you just now, just understanding that these patterns repeat, that this is something that is happening over there, where people are adopting this, where people are seeing a lot of benefits. I anticipated on that. So you as a brand owner, the usual way of how this is done is you purchase your products, they are shipped to a local fulfillment center, and then from there you fulfill. What a lot of these brands are doing, and whether they are supplier owned or owned by you yourself, it allows these brands to have much better cash flow cycles, because instead of 90-day lead times, they are able to pretty much within 1 day after their production unlock cash flow. And again, I'm doing this with my own companies as well. The Eyewear brand is exactly following these strategies. So we unlock cash flow much faster. The stock management is also really good. We recently did a restock, and within 30 days, we actually were able to just restock again based on demand. So instead of predicting a lot of volume, we can actually just anticipate much quicker on the actual demand, which is obviously allowing us to manage our stock way better, and also take a lot of less risk, because when you do have to purchase stock, and of course no one wants to buy stock that they can't move, because that means that cash is then stuck within that actual product. And then last but not least, of course, the reduced lead time, which I already touched very light on. The product to market time is just so much quicker. And this is just something that suppliers are adopting without thinking twice. A lot of D2C brand owners are still very shy to try this out, also because of specific regulations, take for example the tariffs in place, or Section 321 being a bit wonky, and different things with Trump now being in control. But based on my observation, this will stay. This concept in itself is so powerful, and it makes so much sense to centralize a supply chain, to start fulfilling where you produce, that no matter what's going to happen, there will be regulations in place to do this within the regulations, because it is just something that brings so much benefits and takes away so much headache for brand owners. And ultimately, it's also an upside for the end consumer in all of these different countries. Now, I know that there's so much to learn at this event, and that there's a lot of, as I said, and how I started this actual presentation, there's a lot of people here that have spoken at this event that are my friends that I know are going to share incredible insights, that are very knowledgeable about everything they do. I work with a handful of them myself as well. So I don't say that out of a place of just observing, but it's actually knowing and having experienced that. So I'm very sure that there's going to be so much more outside of what I have shared with you today. You will be of so much value. And the topics that I have spoken about are very different to probably what you're going to hear during the summit. But the reason I have chosen this very specific goal is very simple. It is simply just to plant a seed, because I know that if you do start looking at these things, and if you do start combining all the knowledge that you get from all of the other speakers here at this summit, as well as anticipating on trends that are coming, I know that this is going to be a very, very high impact within your business and overall throughout your career. I want to express my gratitude towards having you here. Thank you for listening to me. Feel free to follow my socials. I share a lot more around these topics, also a lot around my lifestyle in general here in China and the businesses that I built, the observations, the patterns that I recognize. And I'm having a lot of fun doing it along the way. So anyone who wants to tag along, feel free to message me on my socials. Always try and get back to as many people as I can. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. Thank you for attending, and I wish you a beautiful day to wherever in the world you are.
Living in a daydream. Ooh, such a sweet thing. Life on the big screen. It's such a beautiful scene. Yeah.
Let's give it up for Daniel Dallin. Let's see some thank yous, some yes energy in the chat box. Let us know what you think. I'm seeing a lot of gratitude in there. Thanks, Elvis. Thanks, Leslie, Taha. Excellent. All right. I'm going to pull up my slides here. Let's show you the next speaker, Tess Nguyen. You may have heard of her. You may have not. Her brand is Midnight Mischief. Check it out. Midnight Mischief. It is a luxury sleepwear brand. And she is, I'll tell you a bit about Tess's background, right? So Tess was actually a physiotherapist based in Sydney in Australia. She used to be a physio, and she came across Midnight Mischief in its original form on Gumtree. So kind of like the Australian equivalent to Craigslist. She purchased it on Gumtree for only $15,000. And since then, Tess has completely transformed this into a high-end luxury sleepwear brand recognized by so many different customers, so many different influencers. It's become like a real statement, a real piece, right? She's transformed it into a massive business, 7-figure luxury brand, generating over $2 million in revenue through very, very smart marketing, right? Really clever marketing. She does a lot of influencer marketing, collaborating with influencers. Tess herself has been featured in Forbes 30 Under 30. She's been featured in news.com.au, 7 News, Marie Claire, and Midnight Mischief is becoming a category leader in luxury sleepwear. So Tess is going to be sharing with us today fashion sourcing and manufacturing to optimize and scale. So this is all around her own strategies that she's implemented with Midnight Mischief. Let's give it up for Tess Nguyen.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Even through the highs and the lows, yeah, you know it's all good. It's all good. And we gon' make
Today, I'll be talking about fashion sourcing and manufacturing, from design to scalable production. Hi, I'm Tess Nguyen. Back in 2017, I dreamed of starting an online business and spent countless of hours watching free founder videos. Still, I hesitated to take the leap. In 2018, I finally took a chance purchasing Midnight Mischief on Gumtree for $15,000 while working full-time as a physiotherapist. I juggled the business as a side hustle for 2 years. By 2021, I made Midnight Mischief my full-time job, bootstrapping the brand to $2 million in revenue, selling a pair of pajamas every 10 minutes. And in 2024, I was thrilled to be named on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list. So this is my brand, Midnight Mischief. We do personalized luxury sleepwear. And when I began in 2018, I only started with a women's wear range. And now I've expanded into bridal, men's, kids, dogs, and I also have an accessories collections. I design everything in Sydney. It practically comes from my brain, and we manufacture our products in China. So our promise is quality, and I'm committed to crafting pieces that make every day feel extraordinary. So please note, I started off with no formal fashion experience, but I was always driven by my passion and a commitment to learning. And so in this slide, I'm talking about all the things I've learned over the past 7 years. So the agenda for today is the key stages of the design to development sourcing journey at Midnight Mischief and how this impacts profitability, how we work closely with suppliers and manufacturers to bring our designs to life in a scalable and efficient way, the challenges, insights, and lessons learned in managing the sourcing process, why sourcing and development play a critical role in the success of any fashion brand. So first of all, if you haven't started a fashion brand before, we start with the concept process. So if you haven't started a fashion brand before, you need to start with the concept process. So to begin, you want to get inspiration and do your trend research. You want to analyze runways and fashion accounts. From there, you want to identify emerging trends and styles. For me, I like to follow fashion accounts, and I definitely recommend you to do the same. You can look at celebrity accounts, stylist accounts, and anyone in the fashion world. So I've popped a screenshot here of an account that's really popular in the fashion world right now and is growing on a daily basis. It's called Data But Make It Fashion. And so the person who runs the account, they identify trends and they upload about it. So when you know what trends are happening and you have the data behind it, from here, you want to do some data-driven design. So you can use the market insights to guide your fashion choices. And then you want to balance the data with your own creative vision. So once you have an idea of what you want to create, then you go to the sketching and ideation phase. So you can either create the initial sketches yourself, which is what I did at the very beginning because I was bootstrapped. But later on, when I was starting to create more complex designs, I hired a fashion designer for more professional input. So a fashion designer here is great for someone who's not as creative or doesn't have someone in their team who can create a design for them. So this is an example of a tech pack for Midnight Mischief. And as you can see, we've created a cotton dress. And if you're struggling to create a pattern, you can use someone called a pattern maker. Like I said, I didn't start being in the fashion industry, but these are all the people that I've engaged with over time to help me understand the fashion process. And as you can see here on the left-hand side, I was creating a complex dress, and this pattern maker helped me understand and create this dress. So next, once you have your design and know what you want to make, you want to find suitable suppliers. So I've popped in here just some places that you can find them. So of course we have Alibaba, which you're probably already aware of. I've also popped in here Import Yeti. There's things like the Global Sourcing Expo in Australia and the Canton Fair. So first I'll talk about Import Yeti. So Import Yeti is a place where it tracks shipments between companies. So for example, if I was trying to find Lululemon's suppliers, I'll pop in their brand name, Lululemon USA, as you can see here in the search bar. And then from here, you can look at where the shipments are from. And you can see that they actually get a lot of shipments from Cambodia. And perhaps if you're trying to find your competitors' suppliers, you can look at them through Import Yeti. Now, if you're trying to look for something like a gift box, you can go on to Alibaba. And my recommendation is before you go and search for products, think of what you want first and think of this project like a job. Know what you want first before you go searching for the suitable supplier. I like to tick on the side here, the trade assurance and the verified pro supplier to make sure I'm choosing the best suppliers for my project. And then you want to think about things and ask the suppliers things like cost, quality, lead times, and what are their ethical practices. So next we have expos. So I'm based in Australia and we have something called the Global Sourcing Expo. And this is when a lot of the manufacturers and suppliers fly from overseas and they come here and they do a store and a stand which you can talk to and you can build a relationship with. So it's practically like Alibaba, but in person. So my top tip is it can be very overwhelming on the day because there's so many people and so many stores. So how I like to remember and, go about my day is take pictures and videos. So this is my own picture here. And I like the supplier and I like the samples that they had. So I just took a picture to remember. I also recommend for you to take some videos as well, because trust me, after you go home after a long day, you're going to forget a lot of these suppliers. I also recommend that if you already have physical samples, bring them on a day and you can chat to those suppliers and you can ask them for things like, can you make this product for me? Or, can I please get a quote? How long would it take to make? And so, yeah, if you have this sample, it's much easier for them to understand what you're trying to do. And last but not least, you can also go to the Canton Fair. So it's practically like the Global Sourcing Expo, but much, much bigger. So it's one of the largest trade fairs in the world. And just a reminder that the Canton Fair does come in phases. So for apparel, especially if you're doing fashion, it's in phase 3 and there's a Canton Fair in May and in October. So now I'm going to talk about sourcing strategies for your e-commerce growth and efficiency. So now that you've found the supplier, you want to find suppliers that also scale with you. So choose suppliers with low MOQs to start, but capacity to scale. Work with partners who offer consistent quality, pricing, and production efficiency. And diversify suppliers to avoid production bottlenecks. So at the very beginning of Midnight Mischief, I only had one supplier, but now I have 3. And then I also have different suppliers for our accessories. And that has been a huge help because sometimes, as it goes into Q4 and it becomes, Black Friday and it's going into the Christmas season, it's much better to have different suppliers just in case they're really, really busy. So now you want to evaluate suppliers beyond cost. So you want to think about production lead times. If they can give you a fast turnaround, you can grow faster as well. And you want to think about their manufacturing capacity. Can they scale with increased demand? And you also want to ask them about quality control and compliance, ensuring reliability at scale. So I definitely had a huge problem with this in Midnight Mischief. At the beginning, when I was ordering 50 units, 100 units, the quality was fine. But then once I started ordering 1,000, 2,000 units, I could see the quality dropping. And my big mistake was not doing quality assurance before they shipped it out. So I lost a lot of money when I got the products and it was either the wrong color, the wrong sizes, the pocket was not on correctly. So in order to protect yourself, that's something I would recommend, getting an independent third party to check your products before it gets shipped over to your country. Now we want to talk about optimizing supplier negotiation and pricing. So you always want to price for profitability. Once again, this was something I did not do at Midnight Mischief at the very beginning, and it's something I learned over time. So you want to reverse engineer your pricing. Set your price first, then work backwards and to meet your target landed costs. And you also want to calculate your true costs, things like your materials, production, shipping, duties, packaging, and storage. So at the beginning of your journey, especially my journey, I would take that target price that the manufacturer was giving to me on face value. And I would forget that, I had to pay taxes and duties on top and shipping as well. So always keep that in mind because the product is more expensive once you bring it over. And there's also some great negotiation tactics for better margins. always ask for tiered pricing as order volumes grow. So for example, when I do get a quote from my suppliers, I ask them for prices on 50 minimum order quantities, 100 units, 200, 300, 400. And the best part is always negotiate. Price is always negotiable. Before you place a bulk order, I highly recommend to order a sample first. And once you order that sample in, check the quality. Once you're ready to place the bulk order, what you can do is to request a sample refund. That's a little tip that not many people know of. And you also want to explore alternative materials and production methods for cost savings and build a real relationship with your supplier for better results overall. So don't be afraid to jump on a video call, and always remember, treat your suppliers with respect. Now I want to talk about scaling strategies in supplier relationship management. So now we're going to talk about transitioning from small orders to bulk production. I always recommend starting with test runs, 50 units or less, before committing to large orders. And once again, I've made this mistake where I was very overconfident in ordering, hundreds of units of stock, and it didn't sell. So now, 7 years into my journey, I always do small test runs. And with my supplier, I have a really great relationship with them. And sometimes I order a range or order some units in a new style, and I'll only order about 20 or 30 units just to test out that new style. And then you want to slowly increase order volume to manage cash flow efficiently. Now I want to talk about logistics optimization. So when I began Midnight Mischief, I had no idea that bulk sea shipping existed, and these are all the things that I learned over time. But I definitely recommend talking to an expert beforehand so you can save a lot of money and not make the same mistakes that I did. So the key takeaways are: seek expert help if you're stuck in the process to avoid costly mistakes. That's definitely something I wish I invested in at the very early beginning stages. And the lesson learned was I wish I had asked for help earlier to save money. So for example, which I just talked about, I spent 2 years air freighting, not knowing sea shipping was an option, wasting thousands of dollars. Another thing is, with Australia, we have something called a certificate of origin with China. So I could have saved a lot of money in duties and taxes as well. So use reputable suppliers and ensure you're working with trusted partners. So a tip is, if you're ordering through Alibaba for the first time, what I recommend is actually ordering through the platform so you're well protected, especially if you're scared with scams, because you hear some really bad stories about paying an invoice and never seeing your product. So at the very early stages of Midnight Mischief, I definitely ordered a lot of things through Alibaba itself, just in case, the product arrives incorrectly. I had any disputes with the supplier, I could go through that platform and I knew that I would be protected and I would get my money back if there was any issues. So just know that the right supplier relationships fuel long-term success. And it's also really important for you to build that relationship with them and to build that trust. And so a lot of how, big brands grow, they go to China and they meet with their suppliers to build that trust even more. Managing costs and logistics is crucial to growth, and scaling isn't just about selling more, it's about optimizing operations to be more profitable. So I dive deeper into these topics in my weekly office hour sessions, so feel free to join and learn more, and I hope you learned a lot today. Thank you.
Touch these heights. I could bet some money you ain't on these flights. I don't check no price. It's a lifestyle.
There we go. We are racing through these speaker presentations. Let me know what you thought of Tess Nguyen's presentation. And Tess is one of our founder coaches. She actually has one of the largest cohorts of students. She is really well loved by our coaching students because she's so strategic and she's so practical. And she's speaking from her own experience because she's currently running her own really successful e-commerce brand at the same time, and then coaching students while she's running her business and growing her brand as she goes. So yes, thank you so much, Tess. Fantastic presentation from you. Now we are on to our next speaker. I'll pull up my slides here. Greg Zalkowitz from our sponsor, OmniSend. So give me a yes in the chat box if you have used an email marketing platform before. Let me know. You might have heard of OmniSend, you might be using Klaviyo, you might be using something else. Give me a yes if you are using an email marketing platform, because our preferred email marketing platform at Founder is OmniSend. And we've partnered with OmniSend. It is such a good platform. It's one of the world's leading email and SMS marketing platforms. It's trusted by over 100,000 e-commerce brands. And what they are doing is using email marketing to their advantage to turn browsers and buyers into first-time customers and really loyal fans of their brand as well. And so what makes OmniSend so powerful is that it's actually a really simple and intelligent platform. It is easy to use for founders. You can launch automated email flows, segment customers, personalize campaigns, and optimize conversions without needing a full-blown marketing team. So this is why we bring this platform to our community, because we know that we have so many solo founders building their brands, and OmniSend is the platform that we honestly recommend. We've partnered with them for a reason, and they are our event sponsor. They've helped us make this event happen. So Greg from the team at OmniSend is going to share with us email marketing essentials, turning your newly sourced product into a sellout launch. So get your notes ready, get your pen out. You're going to be taking lots of notes from Greg's session. Let's hand over to Greg Zalkowitz from OmniSend.
Living in a daydream. Ooh, such a sweet thing. Life on the big screen. It's such a beautiful scene, yeah.
Thank you, Leah and Nathan. So I'm excited, and thanks everyone for being here today. I'm excited to chat with everyone about kind of one of the things I never get to talk about, and that is launching products and how to go through that process. So obviously there's a lot, everyone who's doing this is going through that, whether it's manufacturing, sourcing, launching new products on top of existing ones, or maybe it's your first product. My goal is not to cover all of those things because, as you know, it's not a 20-minute presentation on how to do that stuff. But I'm going to get into some of the nitty-gritty and hopefully set your digital marketing up for pre-launch, successful post-launch, and then how to keep that momentum going and have the tools already in place to start driving sales after that's all wrapped up. Real quick, I'm not going to give you a diatribe about myself. Greg Zalkowitz, as you heard during the mention, during the intro, I'm an e-commerce and retail advisor. I've been in email marketing for 20 plus years, so 20 to 21, somewhere in that range. I've been in e-commerce pretty much that whole time as well. So I've kind of seen everything, helped a lot of clients get through that stuff as well. And hopefully I share 2 to 3 things that are going to set you up for success through the course of the presentation today. What I'm going to cover in different degrees here is I have connecting marketing channels, and that sounds pretty vague. I focus on a couple specific ones, notably email, SMS, paid ads, and just kind of think about that whole ecosystem and make it a little more holistic. So we want to make sure at the end of the day that these channels are working for us and they're set up for the best chance of success. Part of that is going to be talk about list growth. So email, SMS list growth, give you some tactics, give you some tips and maybe some ideas of things you can implement there. Actual planning the launch. So have an example of a product launch campaign run by a company, multiple emails. I want to walk through that, kind of walk through some of the successful strategies that you can implement to try to keep people engaged as you are prepping for that launch, but already collecting some of that information. And then some of those essentials to fill the gaps. In this one, I'm going to go through a couple automated messages. I'm going to cover it fairly high level. I think most marketing tools and platforms now, you can create these pretty easily, but just some of the basics of what you want to hit in those messages and why they're going to be so important the second you actually launch that campaign. So let's get into it if we can. And first start talking about connecting those marketing channels. And again, we want to keep a holistic approach to this. So my guess is if you do not have any current products, you don't have a website, you have the website, but you're not actively selling something. It's your first product. You're sourcing those things. If you're doing any sort of awareness campaigns, chances are you are driving that traffic through paid ads, maybe social media, organic, but most social media nowadays, unless you have something really going viral, is going to be paid. So you might be doing paid awareness campaigns. Of course, word of mouth, friends, family, networks you're possibly in, and maybe you're doing a little bit of PR, trying to get you out there, company and brand name in some press. But all that's going to drive to your website or whatever you have currently existing. This is where we want to collect that information. So I'm going to walk through this, but we'll collect email, we'll collect mobile numbers, give you reasons why you should be doing that, even if you don't plan on using it right away. But it's going to be super important for launches. And of course, we want to collect on-site activity too. This is probably, the on-site activity is probably more applicable for post-launch, or if you're launching a second product and you have a place to drive them to, that on-site activity is going to be important for you. And then it's going to loop around to our marketing channels. And of course, we want to use all that data to not only feed our email and SMS programs, but we also want to use that data to give us more informed and more targeted paid search and paid social campaigns, because those things can be expensive, and we want to maximize that and reduce costs as much as possible. And that's why I say connecting marketing channels. We want to create a holistic thing where what we're doing over here connects to this thing, which is going to connect to this thing, which is ultimately going to connect back to the first thing. And of course, there's going to be a million hiccups right in the middle of all those. But the goal is, if we know we can build it where they connect, any of those hiccups there, we can think about how we connect those and have a solution right out of the gate for. So what's going to happen is we're going to have those awareness campaigns or whatever types of campaigns you're doing, social media, we're going to drive them to our website. And that's when we want to really focus our growing our subscriber list for that launch. Again, first or second product. So we think about those awareness campaigns. These two things are not connected whatsoever, but they're visuals on a screen here. So we've got an ad from OmniSun here on the left-hand side, and the right-hand side, we have a coming soon landing page for a company that is launching a product of company here. So we're driving that awareness. We want to maximize that traffic. If I'm coming over, if I'm clicking on anything and getting to your website, I am one person that you do not want to miss an opportunity to collect that information for. So how we're going to do that is a couple different ways. We can have landing pages. We can have a static website, like a coming soon page that has a pop-up so people get used to navigation. To me, it really doesn't matter which one or which approach you want to do. There's pros and cons to both of these. The landing page is a lot easier. If you're still working on your website, you're still kind of tinkering with the design, maybe color schemes, or maybe you just don't have it fully up yet and you just want some place to go, simply collect information here. Or if you have the website, you could still be tinkering with it, but it's mostly done. You have the visual, you have the aesthetics, everything's looking good. The navigation seems to fit right. So what we want to do here is we want to collect email address, obviously, because this is how we're going to start communicating with people and do our launch campaigns. I'm a big proponent of SMS. So collect mobile numbers here. I would leave the mobile number optional, but this is going to be important too, especially, and I'll show you an example when we get into the actual launch campaign, why SMS is important. We might want a time-sensitive launch, either now or time-sensitive product launches in the future. And this is where mobile marketing is going to come in. So not everyone's going to opt in to SMS. That's okay. Make the field optional. But if we can acquire one or both of those, we're going to set ourselves up for a really good launch and then post-launch strategy as well. If there's other information you want to collect, it could be gender, it could be B2B, B2C, it could be preference, toddlers, whatever it might be. You can collect that information here. What I would ask you to do is really think about whether that information is going to be useful for you right out of the gate. So day one, day two, will you use that information? The answer is yes. You can ask for it. I would leave it, again, optional fields. Just do a couple pieces. Don't ask for a whole list of segmenting type things. If you're not going to use it right away, all you're doing is creating friction for your users. So just ask for email, SMS, first name, whatever it might be there. But again, it's information you're going to use right away. Otherwise, keep it short and simple. Get people in and collect what you need to there. So other things you might want to do here as well is promote exclusivity. Why should I sign up for your email and SMS program instead of just following you on social media? Well, maybe I want to get something. Maybe you're going to offer someone an incentive off the product. Don't have to, of course. Maybe it's a free gift. Maybe the incentive is early access to come purchase the product before everyone else. And that's, again, provides that exclusivity for joining either your email or SMS list. Encourage social interaction at this point as well. They might have gotten to you from social media, but encourage them to do something. share, comment on something, share with friends, whatever it might be. We want to give them a call to action to do afterward if all we're doing is collecting information at this point. And again, reinforce the value. And this could be brand value, it could be product value. You could drop teasers, but what's going to differentiate you from the other products in the market and that could be customer service, it could be product quality, it could be speed of shipping, it could be a better mousetrap, whatever it might be. But we want to try to promote those things as best possible. Landing page is a lot easier to do this than a static pop-up. But again, pop-ups don't have to be hard. Hey, be the first to be notified and get special access or early access to our new drop by joining our email and SMS program. The best product ever. You're not going to regret it, right? And you can kind of mark some of those things down very quickly and easily within this pop-up. So again, with the pop-ups or landing pages, it doesn't really matter the strategy you want to go with. It's really personal preference and how it works for you and your brand, the aesthetic appeal you want to put onto there, but the things you want to ask for, email and SMS programs. How to create the landing pages, regardless of the email platform you use, chances are these tools exist in your platform. I'm not going to go through a product demo or anything here, but most of them have templates and you can just customize the template there. It's just screenshots from OmniSend. Most of them have AI, and this is the beauty. We're up in their platforms now. So you can even just type something in there and have it create a shell for you and then just optimize the shell further. So if you're looking for, hey, I don't know how to do a landing page or I don't know how to do a pop-up form, what do I do? How do I create these? Just check your email provider or your SMS provider you're using now. Chances are they have these things built in. Utilize the tools available for you. The one thing I would check with whatever provider you are using or plan to use or plan to switch to is, can you now take that form and create it to be just a little bit different? And what I mean by this is a lot of them will have different variables and settings you can use in there. But think about if you're doing awareness campaigns or any sort of paid campaigns and you're getting people from Instagram, you get some from TikTok, you get some from Facebook, whatever it might be, some from Google, it might be beneficial for you to capture how they're coming in. And you can set these to be fields to just capture these in your accounts as well. And I'll show you in a few minutes why that's important to capture that stuff. But think about when you want to do retargeting campaigns after the launch, or maybe people that came, opted in, aren't checking their emails, whatever. But this is an opportunity where we can take that data and say, okay, we want to retarget these people on Instagram. Let's focus on the people who actually came to us from Instagram. And again, we want to make that a little more targeted, reduce the cost on whatever paid retargeting campaigns we're using there. It also gives you the opportunity, if you want to get really wild, is to create slightly different versions of either a pop-up or landing page, but only based on that particular source. So you can say, okay, let's give people who come over from TikTok, let's give them this look for their pop-up that's maybe a little more edgy, maybe it's a little more, different aesthetic for a younger generation. Those came from Facebook. Maybe it's a little more plain, straightforward, less graphic-y, whatever it might be. So look for some of these subtle things to try to create a more unique user experience or a more defined and robust experience. Because again, that first impression is going to matter for people. It's going to be the visual cues, but we can do those visual cues a little bit different based on where they're coming in from. But again, use that information to then retarget our contacts after post-launch via the platform that we know or we think they most interact with. So that's what I got for list growth brands. List growth, I want to talk about a couple of essentials that are going to be important for pre-launch, but really important right after you actually launch your products here. So I'm going to spend a minute just talk about automated emails. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because I'm going to focus on some of these things. You don't need to study this chart. Automated emails are going to be your best friend. I think specifically welcome and product abandonment from a launch standpoint are going to be the two I'm going to focus on here. But automated messages just perform better than casual emails do, the ones you send out any day of the week. This is going to be true for your launch campaign as well. That is kind of a scheduled message, a campaign. So you get conversion rates at a certain percentage every single automated email. Even lapsed purchasers, those that don't purchase or have not in a while, they come back and they convert better. And this is why it's going to be so important. They're going to drive sales, but we see it from email and SMS alike. They drive more conversions, they drive a higher percentage of sales and a lower percentage of email or SMS sends based on the automation as well. So again, the two I want to focus on, I'm just going to walk through some of the high level things you need to hit. We're always available to answer questions offline as well. So just find us, anyone on OmniSend or myself at LinkedIn. So Must-have automations, welcome and product abandonment. These are the two I really want to focus on. They have high conversions, but they are going to set the stage for your pre and post-launch campaigns. So from a welcome standpoint, you kind of want to do two different things to kind of have this grow up once you launch. So pre-launch, someone goes to your website, they enter your email address, maybe SMS as well. They go into your system. They're excited for the launch. You're excited because you got their contact information, just like we do with any run-of-the-mill e-commerce business. We want to send them a welcome email. Now, traditionally, I would say, hey, introduce products here. Might be okay to do if you are launching a second or third product, but if it's your first product, you don't really have anything to suggest there. So what I would do is introduce kind of the brand, very quick, use a nice aesthetic to it. Maybe mention some things if you know the launch date, mention the launch date or an estimated time frame. We're super excited for your sign up. Thanks so much. We're excited to share new products with you, and it's coming out in January 1st or late December, but we'll notify you before we notify everyone else. Here's your chance to establish trust with them. So if you're a new brand, new product, maybe it's your first one, testimonial star ratings probably don't matter as much, but you want to start feeding those in as you start moving through and launch products. Otherwise, I'd focus on some of those value adds. Again, think about those competitive differentiators. What's separating you and your product from the rest in the market? So, hey, product quality, whatever it might be. This is a really good time to promote your social media. Chances are they've checked you out on social media because they've got them there, but introduce your other ones, provide them reasons, and have a call to action, right? Share the email with 5 friends. Share this on Instagram or TikTok. Here's how to easily create a reel to help us out, right? And it's okay to ask them to help you as well. You can tell them you're a new brand or it's a new product or something, but this is where you want to use that welcome. So we're connecting these touch points. Get to your website, I sign up, I get this email right away. I know what your email, your brand name looks like in my inbox. I've got a call to action to then sign up for an SMS if I haven't yet, share with some friends, join you on social. We want to keep those pieces moving. And then once you launch, you can slightly tweak that welcome message or just duplicate it, have a different one send after that. So you just kind of toggle back and forth when you get to your launch dates and use them there. So think about that welcome message. It's really going to tie that user experience in, really important, but you don't have to overthink what that message says. Hit some of those basics, make it quick, make it easy, make it aesthetically appealing, and let people take whatever action you want them to take after that. The second one I would really encourage you to do, and this is going to be more post-launch. So product abandonment. And when we talk about product abandonment, it's simply a user goes to your website, they check out a product for your launch campaign. It's good, you know what product it's going to be, and they leave without buying. They don't cart the product, they just check it out and they leave. This is going to be most of your web visitors, right? But we've spent the money to drive them there, or if it's a paid campaign, or we've spent the money to get them to the website the first time to sign up, and now they're coming back, but they haven't closed that deal yet. This is simply an automated message that goes out and says, hey, saw you checking this out, come back to purchase. And typically what you want to do is, you send 1 or 2 messages, couple hours, up to a day or two after they actually abandon. But this is a way to re-engage them and send them a relevant, timely message. And all you have to do is show the product, focus on some of those value adds. But these are really important. They convert really well and they drive tons of sales. And if we can convert them on a quarter of a cent email send we do, it's one less person we need to pay to retarget on whatever social media. Again, we can sync those segments to our paid campaigns, which I'll show you here in a minute as well. So those are the 2 messages. If you do nothing else, I'd encourage you to go back, look at the screen. I would also do cart abandonment. I think most people understand that cart abandonment is pretty easy to do. Again, these are all templated in most email providers as well. So you can create these messages in literally 10, maybe 15 minutes if you really want to get wild. But they're really easy to do. But these are the 2 that are really going to keep people coming back to the website and connecting all those marketing and those data points together to help reduce paid marketing costs on the retargeting side, but also drive immediate sales for you. So that's what I would do from a pre-launch standpoint, just kind of prepping everything. We've got our landing page, we've got our signups, we've got our pop-ups, we've got our automated messages that are connecting these data points. We're set for post-launch. And then it comes to actually going through the process and doing our pre-launch campaign. And what does that look like? So we'll look at a couple examples here, hopefully give you some ideas. You can borrow what you like. You can throw out what you don't like. You could search for some other examples as well. Just a couple single emails here, you can kind of look at the different creatives and how they approach it. You can do different things. The one on the left-hand side there, you can see, hey, text us, right? They're trying to drive from an email, more SMS, but they're using nice aesthetics here, try to get people excited. These are just one-off emails for you. But you don't have to have the most creative emails. You just need to communicate with people to keep them intrigued, to keep them along that path and interested until you actually launch. I think for anyone here, driving them to reinforce the SMS is always a really good option, especially if you don't have anywhere to link them to. But let's look what an actual campaign might look like. So these look familiar. We saw these on a previous slide. So, hey, want early access? This one comes with a bit of a caveat. You can see they're not asking for email address here. They do ask for email address, hence the email I got as well. But what this brand does above sportswear is they give people on their SMS program, same with the email, 15-minute window to purchase before everyone else. It's available to the public, and you'll see what that message looks like here in a few minutes. The benefit here, and this is why collecting SMS is really important, is you could send that to me via email. I might see it, I might not see it, especially if I know the date's coming, but maybe I forgot the date's coming and I'm thinking it's coming tomorrow and I get this the next day or an hour later. I'm like, oh, product sold out and I had a chance to buy it before. SMS, most people are seeing that within, seconds to maybe minutes, and they have that time to do so. And this is why that expediency with collecting SMS is so important, or mobile numbers is so important. From an email side, right, here's an example of that welcome message. I signed up for the emails. Hey, we're launching this product soon. Check back, follow us on Instagram is a nice call to action here, but we're making those touch points, and we're providing, again, that exclusivity for joining the email and SMS program, and that's early shopping here. So over the course of the next, couple weeks, I was getting these messages. Hey, this is what we're dropping. And then the next message is, hey, check out, we have tees dropping, and then it's hats dropping. So they're launching a whole product line here, but you can kind of see what they're doing. They're teasing the line. It's not available for sale, but they're starting to show you what it is and provide you reasons to buy. And they're reinforcing the brand along the ways as well. And then as we move through, here's the email. Early access starts now. They've got it locked for that 15 minutes. They're giving a code here. Pretty sure it's a Shopify site. So it could be BigCommerce, but I think it was a Shopify site. So you can, again, set passwords on these things if you want to give people that exclusivity, early access to it. And then once the emails went live, you could see the email there. Hey, the drop is here. It is live for you. And they're keeping people engaged over time. And this is what it looks like from an inbox standpoint. So, drop in 1024, you can see the very bottom one there. And then it's kind of reversed order. I should probably done it the other way, but 6 days to launch. Look at the pre-header text, 6 days to launch, 22 hours to launch. Here's your code, and it's now available. So you can kind of see how they stagger people along. Now, what's the right number of emails? I don't know. Probably depends on how long you want to go. I would do at least one a week. You might even want to do one week, two as you get closer, and keep people engaged. It really depends on what the product you're launching, maybe the benefits, the attributes of the product. Is it a simple pair of shoes, or is it a elliptical that has a lot more you can talk about? You'll kind of get a feel for it. But overall, you put yourself in your user standpoint or your user's shoes and just say, how often would I want to hear from this? What are we actually talking about? What are you going to tell me in 5 different messages or 3 different messages? But the goal is, again, one a week, keep people engaged, keep them interacting with your social media. Maybe ask them, can you guess what, if you're not telling them what's launching, can you guess what's launching? And try to create some of that content offline as well. And then we want to take that launch. We want to take all the emails, the web activity, the SMS, and we can sync the stuff over to your paid campaigns as well. So here's where source comes in handy. I talked about collecting source maybe on pop-ups or the landing page to see where they're coming from. But again, we can just do the targets and then export those from a segment into directly into those paid campaigns. So, we can create lookalike or targeted segments. We can include these in automated segments and retarget those people back on the channels we know they have a preference to. And that's going to hopefully reduce the cost there, but keep them engaged as well. Yeah, they didn't buy, but now I'm letting you know, maybe they didn't open the email, but now I can add that to the segment and then just retarget those and automatically have those sync and refresh on those social platforms. And again, hopefully we want to keep that engagement going. So when we look at it from that standpoint, and we just break it down simply, we go, okay, driving traffic to the website, add social, word of mouth, PR, whatever it might be. And then we're going to drive them to the website. And on that website, we're either going to have a landing page or we're going to have a pop-up collecting email, mobile numbers, set ourselves up, and maybe, another piece of data point here. We're going to then start planning our pre-launch campaigns. And then we're going to launch our campaigns prior to pre-launch, or prior to actually product launching. Then we're going to take that data we've collected, web activity, all that. We're going to sync our target segments so that we can automatically retarget out to those social platforms. But we also have, once we launch, we also have our product abandonment messages going, which are going to automatically retarget people who don't purchase from us via email before we need to retarget them on social media. And all this is going to convert to sales. So if you could kind of think about it from a step-by-step standpoint, and this is where putting yourself in your customer's shoes comes in, you just kind of walk through, okay, like physically put yourself in here. What's my next step? What's my next step? How is the experience? Am I communicating what I need to communicate? Okay, now we're at this stage. Is everything connected? Am I communicating? And you just move down the list. And that's all you need to do to really simplify this thing here. So if we think about how to really set our marketing up where we connect everything, but we have our emails and our SMS ready to go with a defined strategy here that's going to keep engagement high, hopefully keep sales high. We don't have to overthink it. We don't have to create a new wheel. So put yourself in the eyes of the shoppers, go step by step, pretty easy to do. Focus on that list growth, email, SMS, whatever it might be. Focus on that list growth. Build your pre-launch campaigns, super easy. As you can see from the examples, they don't need to be these wildly aesthetic, heavy graphic campaigns. You can just be honest with them. Hey, coming up, build the excitement, build some sort of sense of urgency in there once it launches, but we want to get that excitement high. Let the automation do as much as possible for you, whether it's resyncing segments to your paid campaigns, whether it's welcome messages, product cart abandonment messages. Let the automation do the work for you so you can focus on other things, whether it's issues, customer service, whatever. And don't waste that shopper activity, what they're checking out on your website, what they're clicking on to get to your website, what they're doing after they leave your website. We don't want to waste that activity. We want to take that data and we want to put it into segments. We want to put it into product recommendations. We want to put it into more targeted, just batch and blast email campaigns. That's what we want to do with it. So we don't have to, again, recreate the wheel. We just need to focus on the step-by-step, what's going to get us there, what's going to keep excitement high, and you'll have a successful launch here. So open for any questions. As a thank you for attending today's session, OmniSend is offering 50% off, as you can see, for the first 3 months. Code Founder50. Scan the QR code if it's easier for you as well. You can always just navigate over to omnisend.com. I'm available for any questions you might have. Anyone at OmniSend is available for any questions you have. We're friendly. Feel free to reach out to us. And I wish you nothing but the best on your upcoming product launch. Thank you.
Touch these heights. I could bet some money you ain't on these flights. I don't check no price. Just a lifestyle.
Thank you, Greg. Fantastic presentation from Greg from OmniSend. I'm really glad that we could bring that to you guys to familiarize yourself more with the opportunities that you can create with email marketing. So thank you to Greg from our event sponsor from OmniSend. Now, for the next topic, you guys are well and truly familiar with Kian Golzari by this point, and he's going to bring to you a different topic now. So we know that Kian is in the sourcing and manufacturing space day in and day out. Like, he lives and breathes this entire industry beyond his day-to-day. He is so across tariffs. Right? Like, tariffs will be influencing different people and their brands and their supply chains, and he's here to break it all down. So we've got the ultimate sourcing expert, Kian Golzari. Beyond China, he is also sourced from India, Vietnam, Thailand, and so many other alternatives around the world. He's going to bring to us Trump tariffs and what it means for your brand and how to source outside of China. This is essential for everyone to know and be aware of what their options are. So let's give it up in the chat box. Let's give it up for Kian Golzari.
Wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow, Tell them just turn me up loud. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. 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 Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow.
Yes, how's it going, guys? Hope you're good, and welcome to a brand new presentation all about Trump tariffs and what it means for your brand. Now, just to give you a quick introduction on myself, if you're just joining the session and you don't know me already, my name is Kian Golzari, and I've designed, developed, and sourced and manufactured over 2,500 products. I've visited more than 500 factories, and I've attended more than 25 Canton fairs, which is the largest import-export exhibition in the world. And in that time, I've developed innovative products for brands on various different platforms, whether it be Amazon, Shopify, Kickstarter, and some of those products have surpassed over 1 million units sold. I've also worked with a lot of different brands, retailers, licenses, such as the NBA, the Olympics, United Nations, plus a lot more. And I also do have my own YouTube channel called Sourcing with Kian, where I do a deep dive into everything to do with product development, sourcing, supply chain. So if you're interested in that, definitely check out the YouTube channel. Now, before we get started, one of my absolute favorite phrases is proximity is power. And I got that from Tony Robbins, which I believe Nathan has also interviewed as well, which is cool. And what this basically means for me and why I share it is that you have to put yourself in proximity of the people that will get you the best results. So for me, when I first learned about product development, luckily I was in China and I decided to move there. And I had set up an office there and lived there for many, many years. I wanted to put myself in the environment where I could do the best learning. And when I started working with the NBA, I moved myself to LA and started working for the leagues directly. And I'm not saying that to say, just fly all over the world, wherever you feel like you'll get the best results. But by you guys being in this summit here today, and connecting with founder and getting the best mentors, then you're putting yourself in proximity to get the best results in your business and what you aspire to achieve. So I just wanted to say a big pat on the back to you guys for being here today and being in proximity of the people and companies which will get you the best result. So let's dive into it. Trump tariffs, what you need to know and what you need to do. Very, very important. Now, let's just first of all start off with what is a tariff. I'm sure we all know, but I just want to say it's a tax on goods coming from another country. And this is a percentage of the value of the import and can vary based on which country the goods are coming from and what the products are. So if the US government, if a US brand is importing goods into the US, the government will set a tariff on that particular category of product. Now, it could be an electronic product, it could be an apparel product, it could be a wide variety of different categories. And if the US wants to protect their domestic industry, let's say if it's cars or if it's electronics, then they'll place a high tariff on those categories of goods. But if it's something the US doesn't manufacture, then the tariff might be slightly lower. But as we know, tariffs are used in negotiation power and in leverage when countries decide to negotiate, and Trump has used it very effectively. Now, what I would want to share today is that the tariff situation is always going to come and go. It's always going to go up and down. So you have to have a strategy, which is what I'm going to go over today in detail. First of all, Trump introduced tariffs back in 2018. This is nothing new. He introduced it when he felt Chinese factories were infringing on US IP. So he sent a 25% tariff. Then the Biden administration decided to keep that. Then Trump introduced an additional 10, then 20% because of the fentanyl crisis when he was coming into office. And then when he came into office, it skyrocketed. We saw the numbers that went up to 154%, 254%. Then they came to a 90-day agreement. Then it reduced. And then other countries got involved and they start talking about reciprocal tariffs. So the key point here is, you have to have a medium to long-term strategy for tariffs, because it's always going to go up and down, and it will always vary category to category, and it'll always vary country to country. The important thing that I want you guys to learn today is what to do about it and how to be best prepared for it and have a strategy in place, not just react to it, but to be proactive. So as I mentioned, it's likely to go up and down. In the long term, tariffs are not good for either side. So we would hope that when they do jump up, that it doesn't last for too long. When Trump put it up very, very high, up to 254%, then immediately an agreement was made several days later, and then they paused that for 90 days because economies can't function with such high tariffs. So it was always just going to be leverage in a negotiation. Now, the other thing to really bear in mind for those like drop shippers out there who are like fulfilling products ones and twos from China direct to the consumer is that this is a de minimis value, and this is what it means is that you don't pay import duty on any air freight less than $800, but Trump scrapped that as well. So anyone considering to like ship goods one by one from your manufacturer direct to your consumer, you now might want to consider mass producing your goods and shipping your goods via container or air freight and then holding stock, because you no longer benefit from that zero import duty rate, the de minimis value. When Trump does introduce tariffs, normally he does it across all categories, like a blanket 25% or a blanket 10%, and then per category there he does set additional tariffs as well. And when he does make these introductions, there's never really a grace period. It's like the tariff starts tomorrow. And where that can be quite detrimental is if you've got goods on the water that you've costed it out to make you X amount percentage of profit, and then now you have to pay this tariff that you hadn't considered, that's where it can be very damaging. And we're going to talk about all of that, of how to have the strategy in place. Now, as a result of these tariffs, your goods become more expensive. But this is what you need to do to navigate these tariffs and reduce your cost of goods. So my number one tip would be don't burn bridges with your current factory, right? Because rather than saying, oh, my goods are very expensive from China now, let me go and find a new factory in another country. Well, what if we could just resolve this without going to another country and just talking to our suppliers, right? So the suppliers are also very clued up on the situation. They've got a lot of customers from all around the world that ship to many different countries around the world, and it greatly impacts their business as well. So like some of the suppliers that I was talking to, the first question I asked them is what percentage of your exports go to the US market? And some of them said 15%, some of them said 80%. Now, the ones that said 80%, when the tariffs jumped up so high, are likely to not have any production going now. So if you've got 500 workers in a factory and 80% of your orders have stopped because the tariffs are 250%, well, that means 400 workers in your factory now don't have anything to do. So they have a really high fixed cost in the factory to employ these workers. So this is the perfect time to ask for discounts, because they need to give these workers orders to keep them working. Otherwise, they're just paying them a salary for not doing any work. So, and also they know if you're going to pass on that additional tariff cost to your end consumer, that makes your cost of goods more expensive, and then your sales will be less, therefore they receive less orders. So let's now word this in a way of, hey, this is a tariff situation. I can't pass on a massive cost increase to my customer. Let's absorb this cost 50-50. And if the increase in cost from the tariffs is, let's just say like $5, let's split it, and I'll pay $250 and you absorb me $250 as well. And then we'll deal with it together, because at the end of the day, our sales affects your business as well. So it's just about having a conversation with your supplier and getting some discounts off your current cost of goods. Then you also want to ask them what their other customers are doing as well, because like those other brands, whether they're selling in US, Australia, whatever, they might say, oh, well, they're removing this feature of the product, so we can classify it in this other HTS code. Or my other customers are now supplying the Australian market and the UK market because they also speak English, but we don't want to fulfill for the US market anymore, right? And then I would ask the suppliers, like, can we decrease the COGS, the cost of goods sold, without jeopardizing the quality? So if on your particular product you were using nylon, but polyester is 20% cheaper, then we might change the material to polyester if that just doesn't jeopardize the quality, right? But if it is something where you need that nylon material for the quality, then we keep it. But if it's just aesthetic, then we might want to use other materials to reduce our cost of goods. Then I would ask the Chinese supplier, are you setting up production in any other countries? Because this is a screenshot from one of my suppliers, and we were chatting on WeChat. And I was asking what you're up to. I was having a meeting with him, and he says, hey, Kian, I'm going to Vietnam tomorrow. I'll miss the meeting. Can we do it on Friday? I'll be back on Thursday. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. Let's do Friday. Have a great time in Vietnam, thinking he was going on holiday. And he goes, thanks. I just set up a new factory there. I was like, oh, cool. I'd love to check it out. Yeah, next time. So the Chinese are being quite proactive in that they know they have to set up production in other countries, and they're taking their production line and their systems and their organization into a new country, whether it be Myanmar, Bangladesh, Cambodia, they're going to use the local workers, but they're going to set up their production techniques. And some of them are even setting up joint ventures. On my YouTube channel, I interviewed the top suppliers in China while I was at the last Canton Fair. And I asked them all, how they were dealing with the tariff situation. And one of them said something very interesting, is that they were setting up joint ventures with factories in other countries. So this particular supplier was a home and kitchen supplier who was doing knives. And rather than setting up a new factory, he went to a knife factory in Thailand and he said, let's do a joint venture together. Like, I'm going to come in and I'm going to take a equity stake or an ownership percentage in your factory, but you're going to benefit from my new production techniques. Plus, I'm going to bring you my customers as well. So you're going to benefit from a large influx of orders that I'm going to be bringing you. So the Chinese know the situation that's going on with the tariffs. They know it's going to be quite volatile. It might go down, it might go back up again. So they're just having a backup plan the same way we're trying to have a backup plan. So always talk to your supplier first before moving to say, are you setting up production in other countries? What are your other customers doing? Can we reduce the cost of goods? Can we get a discount on the products? So there's a lot of conversations to be having. And these conversations are best having in person if you want to go out to China, or if not, just on a WeChat call or on a Zoom call. But better not by email, just get on a call and do it face to face, because these are really, really important conversations. Then, number two, I would say it's very, very important to have a China +1 strategy. And what I mean by that is identify what is the next best country to produce your products. And whatever your product is, you might think, oh, I'll go to India, or I'll get it from Turkey, or I'll get it from Bangladesh. But in reality, how to decide the next best country is which country specializes in the raw material of your product. So India is very strong for cotton, canvas, wood, leather, handcraft. So if it's any of those raw materials, then go to India. But if you're doing like Bluetooth headphones and India isn't strong for electronics, then why bother going to that country? So you really have to understand what is the raw material of your product and which country specializes in that raw material. And a great resource that I like to use is a website called Import Yeti, and it's totally free. And this can show you where your competition produces. And I want to give you a live example on a screen share and show you how I use Import Yeti. So as you can see here, you just go to importyeti.com. And how this website works is that any brand shipping a product into the US, for some reason, the document which says what's in the container is what's called the bill of lading document. And for some reason in the US, the bill of lading document is public information. So what Import Yeti has done is it's taken all of bill of lading documents, scraped all that information, and it's put it into this platform for you nice and free. So if we take a brand everyone knows, let's just say the North Face, and I want to find out who is the North Face's backpack supplier, right? So I just click on the North Face here. I can see they've done a total of 22,000 shipments. And if you're not sure, which is the correct brand, you can always verify the address here. So anyway, if we click on the North Face, we can see month by month all the shipments that they do. Then we can see who all their suppliers are, and we can see how many shipments they do for every supplier. And then we can see what's a product. So woven nylon short for women, ready-made garments, apparel, men's and women's knit shirts, let's see, apparel, synthetic nylon. So you see that. But the other important thing is you can see the country of manufacture. And we've got Vietnam, Bangladesh, El Salvador, Guatemala, Indonesia, Nicaragua, Cambodia. So we don't see China yet. So if you're looking to get outside of China, you can find the North Face's suppliers, right? So if I want to find their backpack supplier, right? Here is backpack, and they're buying this from a factory called Pangkuk in Indonesia. Now I can click on Pangkuk and open up their page, and I can see that how many shipments they do per month, and I can see which other brands that they manufacture for. And they manufacture for Michael Kors, the North Face, Adidas, Eagle Creek, Lululemon, Camelback, all very good and reputable brands. So I very, very quickly found and to contact them, you can just hit Google name, and then it automatically does a Google search, and you've got the website here, welcome to Pangkuk. You've got all the factory information here. So you can just do a Google search, and if they're on Alibaba, you can also click Alibaba. But to be honest, the majority of these suppliers are not on Alibaba. So very, very quickly, we've just found the market leader and which countries they manufacture in, and also they have the HS code, the import duty rate, the import duty code that they're using to import those products as well. So a very, very valuable resource. So that was Import Yeti. And now, to have a China plus one strategy, it's also important to cost up China versus other countries, as we just discussed. So what we really have to establish is what is the landed cost, which is exactly what is the cost to import that product from China or whichever country to my market, right? So if we take an example of we're importing from China and we're going to sell in the USA, to figure out your landed cost is essentially the cost of the product, the cost of the import duty rate, and the cost of the shipping to get it to your final destination, to your warehouse. Now, when you are looking at other countries, obviously the cost of the product will be slightly different, the import duty rate will be slightly different, and then the cost of shipping will be slightly different depending on where it's coming from. And what you want to do is calculate that landed cost, which is essentially the total cost of the product, the duty, and the shipping, divided by, you know, the number of products you're importing. And then you can have a landed cost per product per country. And then you would just do a comparison of China, Philippines, Guatemala, Myanmar, Bangladesh, whichever countries you're interested in. And then you can actually make a calculated decision of which is the best country to import your goods from. And then let's just say the price is equal from China and Bangladesh and Myanmar, and you're trying to now decide, well, which is the best country to import from. There's some other things to consider, which is it's not only about the price, like the landed cost of the product, right? China does have a lot of advantages over other countries, and that's its infrastructure. Like how good the ports are, how good the roads are, how accessible and how easy it is to get a finished product from the factory to the port. They also have a very, very large workforce. You know, some factories have got 50 workers, some have got 300 workers, some have got 1,000 workers, some have got 2,000 workers, and that just depends on your production requirements and your ability to scale. Now, bear in mind that China's got a large workforce. It's also got a very skilled workforce, which means that if your product can either be like machine intensive or labor intensive. And if it's labor intensive, something like a backpack, which has got a lot of different components, it's a lot of cut and sew, it's a lot of workmanship, therefore it needs skilled labor to do it. But if you go to another country which doesn't have skilled labor, it really restricts your ability to scale. And that, which is the next point, what is their production capacity? Because if you're just doing like, 500 units a month, no problem. There's probably a lot of factories around the world which can handle that. But if you're doing 10,000 units a month, then you have to know that the country or the factory that you're going to has the ability to supply you that volume, right? Based on their raw materials, based on their workers, based on their infrastructure, based on the number of production lines that they have. So these are all really valid things to consider. Then you have to remember that China has almost 24/7 customer service. Whenever I reach out to a supplier, whether it be on WeChat or email or whatever, I tend to always get a reply like within a few hours. And sometimes it's at midnight their time, sometimes it's at 6 in the morning their time. And I just think even on the weekend, like these guys are just always online. It's amazing. You never have to wait that long to get a reply or to get on a call with them. Whereas, if you're manufacturing domestically and you're manufacturing in Australia, or if you're manufacturing in the US, like sometimes they don't even reply to you for 3 days and you have to get on the phone with them. So like, just remember, even if you go to another country, you still need an element of customer service from your supplier as well. Then we've got payment protection as well, because if you are paying a Chinese supplier, chances are you do the first order through Alibaba, which offers you trade assurance. So we do get a better payment protection. And also, like, let's say you find a factory in Egypt or Mexico or Venezuela or Guatemala or Myanmar, right? A country you've never been to, in a country you're not used to dealing with, and then they say, yeah, okay, just pay us the deposit into this bank account. Like, without you having a presence there and without you having like some sort of like trade assurance payment protection, in the back of your mind, you're also thinking like, what if this is a scam? What happens to my payment after I pay these guys? So it's a little bit more peace of mind. And I'm sure like 99% of the time is absolutely fine, especially if you found them on like Import Yeti. But it also just gives you a little bit more peace of mind, for that first payment. But whatever you decide to do, whether you want to go to another country, it's very important to start small with a trial order and then assess their first production before going all in. So I wouldn't like if you're ordering like 5,000 units of something, I would give them a test order of like 1,000 units just to make sure that the production time is what they say it is, that they pass the pre-shipment inspection, that when you receive the goods, you don't get many returns. If you do get some returns, like how do they handle it? Do they take responsibility for it? And then once you feel that first order has gone well, then go back and place a much larger order. But don't go and find a new country and then just give them everything you've got and like burn the bridges with your current supplier. So very important to just do it step by step. Then I would consider, can you change your HTS code, your import duty code? Now, if you are importing into the US, then this would just be on the HTS code website, which is hts.usitc.gov. And you can go through, you can type in your import duty rate, but now let's type in the ones that we found on Import Yeti to see if it's any different to what we have. And when I use this website, I normally scroll through it and I look at, sometimes they have different percentages based on the category of the product and the classification of the materials. For example, if you're doing a beach towel and it's polyester material, it might be 12%, but if you then use like bamboo material, it might be 3%, just as an example. So you might see that information and say, well, okay, if I change the material of my product, which is roughly the same price, maybe a slight increase, I can save 9%, on the duty rate. So it almost pays for itself. But you only really know that by scrolling through the website and just seeing what it is. So I would always check your import duty rate with the HTS code website. Double check with your freight forwarder, because your freight forwarder is the one who's clearing your goods through customs for you. So if you say, hey, I'm importing these backpacks and the code is 4202421986, can you just double check that this is the best code to be using, or do any of your other clients that you ship for use a different code? And your freight forwarder has a customs clearance department in their company because they clear your goods for you, so they can check. They do these checks every single day for all their different types of clients. So I would leverage their experience as well. And believe it or not, ChatGPT is quite useful. Like if you say like, I'm importing these like sunglasses from China to the US, but tariffs are quite high, which other countries should I consider? Then they'll give you a list of other countries which are good at it. And then if you say, well, the raw material of my product is this acetate, can you confirm if I use a different material, would I get a lower HTS code? And it will actually do the research and analysis for you. So ChatGPT is very, very useful if you have like a little chit chat with them about your duty rates. And then, as I discussed before as well, if this is all not working out for you and it's becoming quite expensive, consider, can you sell your existing products in other markets? Because if you're selling into the US, and let's just say, for example, tariff goes up to 100%, well, in the UK, what if the tariff rate is only 3%? And in Australia, what if it's only 5%? But all your imagery, all your sales copy that you use on your website, it's already done because it's all in English. So why can't you just apply that to a new market and then just start selling your products in a new market? And you never know what success you'll have by selling the same products into a new market, rather than trying to like change the quality of the product and change the code and ask your supplier for a discount. Just start selling in a new market. So that might be another thing that you might want to consider if you aren't selling. And also, those are English speaking markets that I mentioned, but nowadays there's so many good AIs which will translate your listing into German, Japanese, Spanish, Italian, whatever, wherever you want to now export your products. So differentiating your product as well from the rest of the market can be a good strategy, because innovative products demand a higher retail price and also less competition. So if you do like product development, now is a good time to start working on innovative products, because with innovative products, you also have protection with patents and molds. And so therefore you have defensibility, and you can also have a higher profit margin as well. So look out for more high margin products. So it's very, very important to know what your profit margins are, and then decide if you can temporarily absorb them due to these higher costs. So let's just say a product with a high margin could be like an iPhone case, right? An iPhone case might only cost you, $3 from a factory, but depending on what designs that you put on it, you might be able, and even if you get a license on it, you might be able to retail it for $50, right? So the margins are very, very high. So if you have a 100% tariff rate on a $3 product, Well, now it's going to come in at $6, but the retail price is 50. So it's still you're still very like profitable. The margin's still very, very good. So because of these tariffs on your next product, you might want to seek out the ones which have a higher margin. But to get that higher margin, as I mentioned on point one, you have to have a bit of differentiation and innovation, which allows you to charge that higher price. And then work really close with the suppliers on product development to release new products that they've been working on. So if any of you guys have seen my YouTube videos on the Canton Fair, and this is the picture here of where I am in the Canton Fair, I'd highly recommend checking that out, because in these videos, I always show what are the new products that I'm seeing at the fairs and in China, because while we develop products, well, so do our manufacturers, and the manufacturers show these new products while they're at the fairs, because the people who attend the fairs are the serious buyers. So I would consider getting yourself out to, whether it be Hong Kong, you can go to like Global Sources or HKTDC, like toy shows and electronic shows. But the Canton Fair is great because it's got everything. And just start finding the new products there before it hits the rest of the market. And in that way, you can get that first mover advantage and have less competition. And then finally, I would also suggest request a bill of materials, a BOM, from your factory. And then you can start to see all the different materials and the cost of these different materials in your product. And then you can use the HTS code website to decide if changing any of these materials can reduce your import duty rate, as we discussed from that website. So in summary, what we talked about, tariffs will always go up and down, but don't burn bridges with your current suppliers. Have a China plus one strategy. Consider the other advantages outside of China, other than price. Look carefully at the correct import duty code, utilizing the HTS code website, your freight forwarders, Import Yeti, and then focus on new product development as well. Now, as I said, I do have a YouTube channel, and you can see here some of the stuff that I talk about, going into packaging factories, going into the Canton Fair, talking pricing MOQ with different suppliers. So I would greatly, greatly appreciate if you enjoyed this presentation, that you hit subscribe on that. And this is where you can get in touch with me. And that QR code just takes you to the YouTube channel, if you'd be so kind to subscribe. And if you want to get me on Instagram, I'm Kian_JG, and I'm on LinkedIn as well. So thank you so much for joining the presentation today. And I hope you can apply these tips that I shared with you all on how to navigate the tariff situation whenever they may occur. All the best, and I'll see you guys soon.
I'ma bring it back, like turn up the track, like let the bass drop. I'm living this life right, forget about the past life. Let me get jiggy, dog. We so litty, dog. We so.
All right, there we go, guys. What do you think of Kian's session? How good was that? What do you guys think of Greg's session, Tessa's session, Daniel's session? Like, these past 3 days have been absolutely incredible. We've shared so much valuable information with you guys, how to find, manufacture product, grow e-commerce store. And I'm going to pull up my screen, but there's pretty much kind of two paths that we can take from here. We've shared with you everything to set you up for success. But as I mentioned multiple times, the right product and supplier is just the beginning. Success comes from following a proven system, having expert guidance. Now you've got the two pathways ahead of you to choose from. So there's a couple of things you can do from here. First and foremost, you can take everything you've learned and try to figure it out on your own, and that's a completely valid option. It's going to be slower. You're likely to face challenges along the way, trying to piece it all together, navigate all those hurdles on your own. You have to keep up to date with the changes in e-commerce, changes in social media, marketing, tariffs, manufacturing, all that stuff. You have to come up with your own strategies on what's working, what's not. You have to keep testing, finding what's working, what's not working. And that's what most people have to do. But there is a much better path, which is much more simpler, much more structured, and a lot faster. And you'll also likely get much better results, which is to have people who know exactly what they're doing, just give you the exact path by getting one-on-one help through our e-commerce coaching program. So imagine having direct access to some of our guests that you've seen today, through our coaches, through me, to help you avoid costly mistakes and move forward with clarity. You can have a proven roadmap, and someone by your side every step of the way. So the choice is yours. Continue the journey alone or join a program that's designed to really accelerate your growth and success and launch your business faster than ever, grow your business faster than ever. So if you're ready to take that next step, get the support you need. If you've enjoyed this summit, you've just like, you know what, I want to make 2026 my best year yet, apply for the Founder E-commerce Coaching Program. We're going to be closing doors on applications as this summit finishes. So I'll get the team to type a link in the chat. You can go pull out your phone, scan the QR code, and then I just want to say one last thing. Thank you. Just how grateful I am for everyone putting this together. Scott, for getting up early, setting up the studio. Penny, for helping me put together this deck, this presentation, organizing our guests, our speakers, making sure everything is running smoothly. Leah, our incredible MC, making sure you guys are absolutely clued in, dialed in, showing you guys how amazing what it is we do and how to help you actually build your e-commerce brand, and introducing all of our guests, our speakers, coordinating this whole event. Thank you, Leah. But the person that I need to actually thank the most, it's not one person, it's persons. It's our amazing, diligent students and guests. And guys, you guys have stuck it out for the past 3 days. My team and I have had the opportunity to not just do what we love, which is building e-commerce brands, but teaching people from everyday life like yourself, helping you build your brand on the path to financial freedom. For those of you who continue the journey with us together, we're super excited. You've booked your calls. Make sure you show up on time. I just want to say on behalf of myself and the founder team, thank you so much. This has been an incredible summit. All the bonuses, everything is closing off. We'll have to close them off soon. I'm going to pass back to Leah, but thank you so much, guys. We'll speak soon.
When you get jiggy, dog, we so litty, dog.
Life is a true adventure. Never been boring, keep God at the center. Feel that rush in my bone, living spontaneous from Jan to December. Different direction, I don't need no compass.
That brings us to the end of Founders Sourcing and Manufacturing 3-day summit. On behalf of the team, we have absolutely loved having you join us. This has been like a massive 3 days, and we couldn't do it without you, right? This is all that content that we bring to you so that you can absorb it, take it all in, and we've absolutely loved the participation in the chat box as well. So let's do a bit of a reflection, like give us one word to describe how you enjoyed the summit. You might be walking away feeling more educated, more informed, energized, maybe more organized, inspired. Let us know one word in the chat box to describe your overall experience of the summit. We've brought this event to you completely free, and we really hope there's an opportunity for you to work with us and stay a part of our founder community. So we've got awesome from Leslie, wow from Hannah, informed from Jen, Kane said knowledgeable, clarified, inspired, more informed, Ruth, Kane, Jimmy, Jen, Anna, thanks for letting us know your feedback. And before we sign off and jump on to our third VIP Q&A session, I want you to have a think about really what you could achieve as an individual in 2026 if you got the right support and accountability from an e-commerce coach. You could perhaps see yourself in Michael Forshaw with Breath Sleep Tape, the brand that we shared with you earlier. He launched his business in the first 10 weeks, and he actually reached just shy of $65,000 in sales in only 6 months. So imagine yourself in June 2026 having achieved results like that. So if you're one of the people watching right now that is serious about getting your e-commerce business off the ground, like if you are one of the people on here deadly serious about finding the right product, finding a manufacturer that you trust that can produce a good quality product for you, and then marketing and scaling your brand and growing it in 2026, then make sure that you book in a call and apply for our e-commerce coaching program. Our team can help you with as much information as many questions as you have on a call like this. So we've got the QR code up on the screen for you, founder.com/apply. VIPs will be jumping onto our group coaching call in a few minutes from now. We will see you on there. For everyone else, we hope you have a really safe and wonderful festive season getting around to this time of year. And it has been an absolute pleasure joining you. My name's Leah Finch. Thank you so much, everyone.
Wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow, tell them just turn me up loud. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Wow. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Looking at me, yeah, I'm looking fantastic. I don't need a hand, but I thank you for asking. Try to keep up, but you might blow a gasket. I'm the new, but it's looking like a classic. I'ma keep it fresh in the plastic. We gon' do it big, Jurassic. Sitting on top, it's an attic. You gon' probably think we doing magic. Wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow, tell them just turn me up loud. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Wow. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, yeah, sleight of hand, throw it on the gram, looking like it's money, feeling like 100 grand. I've been on the move, like the running man, just give me the glue, I'm sticking to the plan. Turn it up, we tryna get live, make it move, you know it's about time. Right now, yeah, I got it right now, hey, I'm looking at the crowd, yeah, and I got them like, wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while, wow. Tell them just turn me up loud, looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow. Wow. Looking in the crowd and I got them like, wow, look at my style. I know you ain't seen it like this in a while. Wow. Tell them just
touch these heights. I could bet some money you ain't on these flights. I don't check no price. This a lifestyle, I don't do it for likes. Imagine me in a spaceship, starbound, starboy, so amazing. Pour champagne on occasion. Come with me, this life's a vacation. It's a given, I'm the one and that's the truth. I'm about to let it loose like ooh. Lights on the stage like crowd so amazed like, ooh, you looking at the greatest, you looking at the greatest. Ooh, lights on the stage like, ooh, crowd so amazed, I'm blue. You looking at the greatest, you looking at the greatest. What you expect from the greatest? I'ma level up when I say this. Now you ask what's the status? Red ropes and carpets, I'm an A-list. Lone wolf, I don't talk to the rest. You found out what I'm on through the press. Yeah. In me they invest. It's a top level thing for the best. It's a given, I'm the one and that's the truth. I'm about to let it loose like ooh. Lights on the stage like ooh. Crowd so amazed like ooh. You looking at the greatest. You looking at the greatest. Ooh. Lights on the stage like ooh. Crowd so amazed I'm blue. You looking at the greatest. You looking at the greatest. I'm gold, so hypnotic. I'm the next big thing. Yeah, you know I got it. I'm gold, so hypnotic. I'm the next big thing. Yeah, you know I got it. I'm gold, so hypnotic. I'm the next big thing. Yeah, you know I got it. I'm gold, so hypnotic. I'm the next big thing. Yeah, you know I got it. Ooh, lights on the stage like ooh. Crowd so amazed like ooh. You looking at the greatest. You looking at the greatest.